union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue, they divide us men and women, they divide us old and young, but they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn, but without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong.
Racist, sexist, Republican. Whoopsie. I did everything right and they indicted me. What? Ask you.
I'm not built to suck your dick. Tell your dick.
Racist, sexist, Republican. Whoopsie. I did everything right and they indicted me. What? Ask you.
I'm not built to suck your dick. Tell your dick.
Augers, do it.
Wait. Yeah.
Augers,
Understand.
do it. Augers, do it.
Go home to mommy. Dude, that was so funny when she said there's a global conspiracy to promote homosexual degeneracy.
All right.
Thank you for joining us here at the Cable Center on the beautiful campus of the University of Denver. I'm Kyle Clark from 9 News, here alongside my colleague Marshall Zellinger. Victor Marks, thank you for your time.
Great to be with you.
So you have agreed to debate your Republican opponents on 9 News next week, and that discussion is going to focus on policy. Our conversation here is going to talk about your backgrounds and your qualification.
Great.
Your claim that your abusive stepfather forced you to kill a man when you were 7 years old, is that the only person you've ever killed?
Well, I would say as a child, yes.
You perform exorcisms, commanding demons to come out of people. Can you explain to me how that works?
When you say I perform exorcisms,
Yeah. You described yourself as a quote-unquote reluctant exorcist.
right?
Yeah. Describe to me how your exorcisms work when you command demons out.
Well, that's a joke, the way I say that. But as a follower of Christ and someone who's very familiar with evil, I believe the Word of God.
You claim that you once called in a U.S. military airstrike that killed 70 ISIS fighters. I didn't realize that civilians could essentially facilitate military airstrikes. Could you walk me through how that worked?
No.
YouTube is swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack,
Graham.
Hello. How we doing, folks? That's what I get for trying to pause the video. Hello. How we doing, folks? It's been a hot minute. I'm so sorry I've been so absent this week. Hello. How we doing, folks? Hello, Jenny. Hello, Paradox Bingo. Hello, Sheepish T-Rex. Hello, 9-Inch Toenails. Hello, Kwai Kitsune. Hello, Kiva into Fur. Hello, Dice Mistress. Hello. How we doing, Runestone Druid? Hello, Bree Dragonis. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Koopa Shell. Hello, everybody. Hello, Cloud Dancer. Hello, Scott's Manona Horse. Scott's Monona Horse. Hello. Hello, My Life is a Dumpster Fire. Hello, Snoogan. Hello, Drew Pruitt. Hello, Mix Hannah Eros Ash. Or Ashe, as the case might be. That was unintentional. Hello, Yannick de Newborg. Hello, T-Lave. Hello, Sonia Sluss. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, B. Parker. Hello. Oh, wait, Scotsman on a horse. God damn it. Okay, I can read, I promise. Hello, Ivar Bjornsson. Hello, Act. Hello, Quigley. Hello, Nimbleline. Hello, Celeste Player 1. Hello, Jordan L. Hello, ACAB includes Tone Police. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Silly Vixen. Hello, Peace Earth. Catching your stream while out delivering mail. Well, I hope you have a lovely time out in the sun. Hope you got your sunscreen. Hello, Peace Earth. Hello, Distron. Hello, Raccoon named Spanky. Hello, Bee Trees. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Beanifer. Hello, the Rust Bard. Hello, Talia Burton. Hello, Screech. Hello, Infernal. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, What Joe Says. Hello, everybody. Hello, Barbara Reed. Hello, Scuba Vol. Hello, Sergeant Vow. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello. Hello, Firecrafted. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Universal Public Friend. Not Friend. Universal Public Fiend. Hello, Mix Jack. Hello, Terrell. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Hello, Star Venture. Hello, Five Klets, Five Celts. Hello, Yahoo. Hello, Default X. Hello, Glitchmaster. Hello, Murph. Hello. How we all doing, folks? Hello, Amber Brains. Hello, Coder Joe. Hello, hello, hello. 1 second. I'm still here, just unceremoniously having to get something out of my teeth. I ate a bunch of black beans right before I went live. I need to make sure that they're not they're not caught up in there. All right, we did it. Woo! Hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello, hello. It was in my back teeth. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. What is your relation to Steamboat Willie? My arch nemesis. My arch nemesis. Many a time have we crossed paths, always with him getting the better of me. But next time will be my day. Hello, Mick Sinister. Disabled advocate in Florida. I put together a disability pride panel today because I was inspired by people like you. Well, I'm glad to hear that. And I hope it goes well, or went well, as the case might be. Hello, everybody. How we doing? Black bean in teeth is a good socialist trait. You know, I learned the other day that genuinely, if you eat more beans just as part of your daily diet, you will live like almost 10% longer. Generally speaking, it has like a every 20 grams of beans in your daily diet has like a reduction of mortality by like 7%. It's crazy. Anyway, I intend to live forever, so I'm eating a bunch of beans. Let's see here. Oh, we didn't get to the debate the other day, genetic memory farms. We might get to that today. Beans. You know what? You guys have been good so far today. I'll do it. I'll do it for you guys.
What? Give me the beans! I must have these beans! Beans? Well, I say, young fellow, did you say something about beans? Magical beans? Some mystical legumes? Well, I'll give you 1,000 gold pieces for it. Magic beans!
So if you eat 10 kilograms of beans a day, you'll live for centuries. You know, no one's ever tried it. But possibly. Well, it is both that like it satiates you more, but it also promotes your like gut microbiome to like diversify and create like the bacteria in your gut create things that your body relies on to live. And beans are one of those one of those things that highly feeds that gut biome. Part of what makes you so gassy is the bacteria in your body breaking down the beans. So like it fills you up and gives you, and more importantly, your gut bacteria the things that they need. And then those two things combined become superpowered. It's called prebiotic fiber, kids. It's true. Beans are the musical fruit. Add the garlic to make you toot. Wait, the garlic is what's making people toot? It's been garlic the entire time? So you're telling me that inflation leading me to exclusively eat rice and beans isn't just good for my waistline? It's true. It will help you live longer. Because beans are just statistically very good for you. If you were to break down the game mechanics of eating beans, it would be a hack strategy. You'd be speed running. I assume that's how to communicate with children these days. If you eat enough, the extra gas eventually levels out. It's true. If you make it a regular part of your day, like the gut bacteria become used to the level of food that they're getting, and like your gas level evens out. All right. Y'all ready to jump into content today, folks? Howdy, gay fesh. But if you're ready to jump into content today, just have to say, the first thing we're getting to is not in fact at all related to content whatsoever. I forgot about this. Oh god, wait. Cool. Am I now live? There we go. Here you go. This is not at all content.
Joey Chestnut is not the real throat goat. I was the king, but they banned me in the US of A.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm the OTG, the original throat goat.
The throat.
So if anybody tries to shoot me again 5 times, you're going to step in front of that gun and take the bullets?
Yep.
It's slip and slide. Sounds somewhat psychosexual to me, if you know what I mean. Joey Chestnut.
I don't think he knows what a throat goat is. I don't think he knows. I don't think anyone told him. I think someone told him to go on camera and say that. And he just said, okay. And only after saying it, did he start realizing, this sounds a little bit sexual. I need a link. It's... I hope. I did my best to verify that it's real, and I'm pretty sure it's real. Here you go. Here you go. God, what a silly little guy. Like, he's genuinely a terrible conservative, but like, instead of focusing his energy on being terrible, he focuses his energy on being just very strange. And I think that's the best possible option available to a guy like that, I used to be the OG throat goat. Is just we have to watch it again.
Chestnut is not the real throat goat. I was the king, but they banned me in the US of A.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm the OTG, the original throat goat.
The throat.
So if anybody tries to shoot me again 5 times, you're going to step in front of that gun and take the bullets?
Yep.
It's slip and slide. Sounds somewhat psychosexual to me.
If you know what I mean. God. Gay and transgender rights activists at its finest. It's true. Curtis Lewa, noted Republican candidate, out here being the one true transgender and gay rights activist. God, he's so funny. He's so fucking funny. I love the somewhat psychosexual. Yeah, just somewhat. Being a throat goat, it's somewhat psychosexual. God. I really want to know how he got banned. Yeah, was he caught double throating? Like, what did he what was he doing to get banned? I'm talking to you, you twat. Well, that's just very rude. Did your mother not love you enough? Is that why you need to, like, seek out streams to lash out at? Wait, banned from what? Eating hot dogs. That had to be a dunk on Cuomo. I mean, it had to be, right? He was caught spitting. Holy shit. You guys are great. You guys are great. I do want to know, what is the lore of him being banned from eating hot dogs at the hot dog eating contest? My mom didn't love me and I'm not a dick. Skill issue, methinks. That's true. That's true. All right.
Jack, you weren't at the DSA meeting. I want my money back.
Sorry, no refunds on me being at DSA meetings. But thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's see here. Yes, Eddie666. I am awake at this time of day. Think your mama used you to tenderize meat? That's a really bizarre and specific deep cut. Is that what your mother used you to do? Like, nobody fucking thinks like that, bro. Like, that's some serious shit. You should go to therapy about the level of abuse your mother subjected you to. You know, like, go to therapy so that you aren't, like, displacing it onto other unrelated people. Like your partner, your kid, or your friends. It's not going to help you be very successful in life. Why Vert and Horizon no linked? What? English, my only language, and I can't even do that right. Oh, God. Just got here. What could you have possibly gotten called out for? We'll get to that. We'll get to it. All right. All righty, folks. I don't need therapy because it is run by people like you. Oh, dog. You're like out here rejecting modern medicine because you're like so lost in the sauce? That's really sad. Do you also like reject blood like transfusions? Are you like one of those? Do you think that like germ theory is bullshit and it's all caused by like night air? Oh no. Dog, did you get so depressed that you started turning to like, I don't know, astrology for your health advice? Oh no. Dog. Dude would like there is a certain type of person here, chat, where like if they were drowning and like the kind of person that they didn't like came by to like help them not drown, they would just drown out of spite. There is a certain person who's like wired in that kind of way. You know, like, oh, if it means my life gets saved by a trans person, then I might as well die. Final thought before like their life spark goes out. You know? Some people are just born to be miserable, and that misery will lead them to an early death. It's sad. Drowning themselves to own the libs, it happens more often than you might think.
Scientists have discovered a new item more dense than a black hole. The emotions this chatter chooses to bottle up.
It's true. Jazz Dog, thank you for the $5 dono. And appreciate it. Because modern medicine has failed everyone like me. Dog, do you have any idea why life expectancy was so low prior to modern medicine? Do you have do you know why like the average life expectancy was like 35? My god. It was because of the woke liberal establishment, of course. No, like come on. Come on. This is sad. This is sad as fuck. The reason the average life expectancy was so low prior to modern medicine was because children died all the time. All the time. Children were dying right and left. People had like 12 kids so that by the time those kids became adults, there were like 3 to 4 left. Like the entire reason people had huge numbers of kids was because it was practically guaranteed that a certain amount of them would die. And so when you say modern medicine has failed everyone like me, I guess in a sense it has, because it's ensured that people like you survive to adulthood and mature your terrible ideas instead of realizing, hey, wait, we should strive for a world where, you know, children get to live and not just die because dipshits didn't get vaccinated. Oh yeah, things were so much better back in the day when people were trapped in fucking iron lungs until they were like 35. What a great way to live. People have forgotten how to iron lung max. I was born once, it sucked. Yeah. It took years of convincing for doctors to wash their hands before surgeries. Yeah, because people still don't wash their hands. You guys know that. Dipshits like this guy in Vertical Chat are gonna go out there, shit in a public toilet, and not wash their hands because they're so worried about looking gay to their bros after a night out. Like, it's crazy. These kinds of folks, like, they're deranged. They'd rather have poo-poo pee-pee hands than actually, like, do basic cleanliness in order to avoid getting sick. Because they just view getting sick as, like, an incidental thing that just sometimes happens, as opposed to a direct result of, like, your daily habits and hygiene. And, you know, your ability to get medicine. Mortality rate is like 30 years higher than 100 years ago, you dummies, because of modern medicine. It's true. The people live on average so much longer because of modern medicine. God, people are dumb. Dumb as boxes of rocks is sometimes. All right. You guys ready to jump in? Before we get started, do remember, click the like button, click the subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys make this show possible. This show is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. Hello, Chillface. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click all right, folks. Y'all ready? Do-do. Mamdani is the most conservative mayor in America. It's just Islamic conservatism instead of Western. His biggest fans are Sneeko, Andrew Tate, and Nick Fuentes. The mayor is a red pill guy. Dude, Andrew F, I'm fascinated by this idea. Can you tell me about Zoran Mamdani's conservative policies? Maybe I've been secretly a conservative this entire time. If Zoran Mamdani is a conservative. I love the unhinged crazies we get in vertical chat. I love it. I know that having the shields down means we just get absolute unchecked insanity flowing at a constant rate into my eyeballs, but at the same time I do think it's deeply funny. You know? Do you really love it? Kind of. I feel brain cells dying. It's stupid. It's stupid for sure. Women are the majority of the Dem voter base, but when they banned the green M&M for dressing sinful is when you decided, screw women, you're gonna cater to the 1% of our base that are fundamentalists. Guys, it's true. It's true. It's when they put the green M&M in a burqa, that's the moment that I converted to Islam secretly, because it was a real eye opener to how they Islam properly like creates an air of humility around the dressing of women. It's true. It's so true. Like, dog, just tell us you want to fuck Candy and you're salty about it. Like what are you talking about? God, did you find my Tucker Carlson Ben Shapiro B movie fanfic? It's starting to sound like you might have. You think being liberal on clothing makes someone a pervert. That's where you're wrong. Your grandmothers fought for women to have the right to wear bathing suits. It's true. Oh, fuck. Please, mods in vertical chat, keep that one. That chud has my specific protection. What an incredible poster. Posting of that caliber must be protected at all costs. Alright? Posting of Andrew's caliber is top tier. He can be like the resident chud, where like after every segment I turn to him and I just say, "Tell us, chud whisperer, what will the average conservative think?" And he'll be like, "Well, this is really evidence of how Zoran Mamdani is actually behind Pearl Harbor, and why it was good to do Japanese internment." Like, it's genuinely fucking insane, the reality that y'all live in, but it is very funny. Alright. You are a delusional lunatic. Nah, I'm pretty good, actually. I'm alright. Maybe you should get some sleep though. You might be too tired. Alright. Zoran sank the Titanic. It's true. Should we be writing this down? Maybe a bingo card? Maybe. I'm open to it. Alright. Alright. So, folks, today in Bad Signs for Our Democracy, it is now being reported that the National Guard is going to remain deployed in Washington, D.C. until Inauguration Day 2029, which you will note is a very long time to deploy the National Guard. And number two, it is the rationale being given is to combat the crime. Like there's a crime emergency in Washington D.C. allegedly that is justifying this deployment. However, Donald Trump does keep saying that ever since he deployed the National Guard, crime stopped existing in Washington D.C. So I'm not entirely sure. Like I guess they just think that if the National Guard leaves, crime will go back up to record emergency levels again. So I guess the solution is just soldiers being positioned like police officers around Washington D.C. indefinitely. Now, this is obviously a bad thing for a number of different reasons. Number one, there is the obvious idea that this could expand out from Washington, D.C., and have National Guards men start intimidating American citizens from voting. Yeah, this is some fascist shit. Exactly. And this, in turn, is one of those things where we have specific laws in this country against using members of the military as police officers. And we also have this idea that, oh, well, conservatives are just good with money, and so obviously they're fiscally conservative by nature. But guys, when you're deploying thousands of soldiers across a giant city to occupy it, that costs a lot of money. This is costing a huge amount of your taxpayer dollars. And it's the crime was already down in Washington, D.C. prior to the deployment to meet emergency crime, meet the emergency crime wave. And now we're just having an entire American city get occupied by the National Guard for, years on a rationale that doesn't make any sense whatsoever to anyone who actually bothers to look into the data, right? Record crime calls for more cops and even troops. It worked in El Salvador. It didn't work in El Salvador. Specifically, you think it worked in El Salvador because there's an authoritarian dictator that runs El Salvador who deliberately suppressed stories about how he collaborated with the gangs in order to achieve his political rise to power. Specifically in El Salvador, crime didn't go down. The government just started being complicit with the criminals. That's it. Like, the entirety of the El Salvadoran government works hand in fist with the cartels. It's crazy. You're barely human? I mean, if I'm barely human, I haven't had surgeries done. So when you say, like, I'm stitched together, like, I don't know what to tell you. I guess you're just jealous that God made me beautiful. But, to each their own. You don't have to be upset. You don't have to be salty. But... Let me pull this up here. Yeah. Allegations from 2019 that Nayib Bukele did secret deals with the El Salvadoran gangs. And folks like you just lap this up. They eat it up because you see pictures of the concentration camps in El Salvador and you're like, that's what being tough on crime is. Like, conservatives like you would fucking fall for the Hitler line, hook, line, and sinker. You guys would be like, well, look at these pictures of like the concentration camps. Hitler's just being tough on crime. Y'all are being wild. Y'all are being fucking wild. Do.
5 seconds only.
Well, Sake Tanuki, thank you for that.
Are we the baddies?
We should be.
It does feel like that. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, indeed. For those of you who are interested in learning more about the deals between Bukele and the gangs, you can look up Frontline did a piece on this entire situation, talking about the deal between the US government and Bukele, and also you can also find more from Democracy Now! Last year, they did a video with the journalist who reported on these dealings between the gangs and Bukele. For any of you who want to link to that, here you go. Link that into chat. I also feel that racism is okay today. Well, that's incorrect and wrong. Here come the MAGA experts who hate education but know real good what Alpha says. I mean, that is kind of the thing, right? Like, a lot of these folks are, they hate academia, they hate education, they hate learning shit. They reject modern science and they reject modern medicine, but then they're like, oh, but you don't know about blank? And it's just like, well, you don't know about that either. You get your information from like Steven Crowder. That's like the most knowledgeable guy you follow. And like, that's really pathetic. God. Anyway. Yet they're on the internet. Curious, indeed. Learning from leftists is dumber than anything ever, dumb fucks. In all caps. Yes, because you should only learn from people you ideologically agree with. For sure. Yeah. I can't. Did you give this litmus test to like your kindergarten teacher who taught you how to read? Did you give that litmus test to your like, 3rd grade teacher who taught you how to do math? Like, fuck, you guys are dumb. All right. Not gonna lie, you're my inner monologue when I have to talk about fraud with constituents. Appreciate it. You think conservatives reject science? Yes, literally just a couple minutes ago, there was a guy in our chat talking about how conservatives should reject modern medical science because it kills more children than the old ways. Did your 3rd grade teacher explain that women have vaginas, not dicks? No. Did yours? Also, did your 5th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 12th grade teacher teach you that? What about your university professors? Like, y'all are fucking... Y'all are like, yes, my understanding of the world, it cut off in 3rd grade. Checkmate, liberals. And it's just like, fuck, man. I only have a limited time on this earth, and I can't be your, like, every teacher you should have had between 3rd grade and, a 4-year degree. I can't be that. It's biology, you all keep saying. And yet, biology is more complicated than you make it out to be. It's really interesting, isn't it? It's really interesting how, like, the idea of, like, what goes up must come down is, like, the end-all be-all of physics. And yet, once you start learning more about physics, wait a minute, up is relative. Space-time and movement is relative. Oh, wait, oh shit, our understanding of gravity breaks down on a quantum level? Wait a minute, this is all way more complicated than what goes up must come down. And you guys can understand that when it comes to physics, but when it comes to biology, you guys are just so fucking inured. It's like you're just trapped in your bubbles, and it's weird. It's weird. It's like arguing with like a third grader who thinks that only addition and subtraction exist and that multiplication is a lie taught to you by big pharma. It's crazy. You guys live in a crazy bubble. And y'all should really stop. But I know you're not, so this is my challenge to you guys. You should call in. I have a call-in debate show that you guys can call into called the Transatlantic Call-In Show. It's specifically on trans issues. And you guys can call in and debate the merits of your ideas live with your voice. And I make this offer every single time folks like you come into chat. But y'all never take me up on the offer. Like, you, each and every one of you goes, yeah, we'll definitely call in. We'll all call in. And then you don't. It happens every fucking time one of you tries to step up in chat, and it turns out not a single goddamn one of you can actually defend your ideas, and so you scurry away whenever there's an opportunity to actually argue the merits of your idea. Because you don't want to argue, you don't want to have an actual discussion, you don't want to have a debate, you want to come online and say something mean to somebody on the internet because there's something not going right in your life, something lacking in your life, and you feel the need to like try and tear me down to build yourself up, which, you know, that's fine, I guess. You know, you can do that. It doesn't harm me in any particular way. But like, it makes me sad, I guess, for you guys, because you guys could be living much better lives. Lives free from hatred, lives that are not requiring you to do this weird kind of like dumpster diving so that you can feel good about yourselves. Like, maybe imagine a world where you aren't driven by this hateful rage. You'd probably live longer, just as an FYI. Anyway. Liberals use guns, actually? Well, yeah, it's a constitutional right. You're right. Anyway, folks. It's a really bad sign when the folks who don't understand modern medicine, science, physics, what have you, are all cheering on the death of democracy because, oh, wait, the Mad King has permanently deployed troops in the nation's capital. And that just seems like a really bad thing that can be misused in a million different ways. But again, the people who deny science, the people who don't actually accept empirical reality, they don't really give a shit because it's their team doing it. And it's all just team sports to them. And, yeah. It's pretty disturbing. Around 5,150 National Guardsmen are going to be deployed, and 9 other states, I want to remind you all, of an uncertain number, have sent their National Guards to Washington, D.C. as well, which, want to remind y'all, that's a lot of people, a lot of soldiers being deployed to the nation's capital, and maybe we should be a little bit more worried about that than we currently are. So, I don't know, guys. That's all I really have for you. This obviously seems set up to be either intimidating or a prelude to direct violence, and either one is quite bad. Best case scenario here is that the Mad King is just like high on his own supply and thinks it makes him look cool to have National Guardsmen deployed for the next several years in DC. But hopefully, that is all it is. So, with all of that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats like Sake Tanuki there. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
We should have been in favor of capital punishment 5 years ago.
Yeah, we should have been in favor of just, like, actual consequences 5 years ago. You know? A lot of people wanted it to go the Nixon route, and it did not go the Nixon route. So, also, folks, get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Okay? Organize within your Democratic Party so you can have leverage within that democratic system. And also organize with your local labor in DSA. Get organized, folks. Do door knocking, do phone banking, do the things. Get out there and get to work. All right? If you need help taking your first steps, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the description.
The Knicks in 5 route.
It did go the Knicks in 5 route, unfortunately. I feel like I should have some kind of sports-related sound effect. But this is the closest I have.
Perfect.
There you go. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, and let's keep on going, folks. Whew! Alright. The troops are there because Maryland is a fucked up, crime-ridden state. It's not, though. Like, crime has been steadily going down since the 90s. There's no reason to deploy the National Guard when there isn't a meaningful spike in crime. Like, there hasn't been a spike in crime comparable to the high points of, like, the 80s and 90s, and there certainly hasn't been a spike in crime, period. But also, all of this is around the idea that the National Guard deployment lowers crime, and there's no evidence that the National Guard deployment lowered crime. It was already on a downward trajectory. They burned Baltimore to the ground. Indeed. Let's see here. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Science, Y chromosomes, XY chromosomes. Did I miss something? Yeah, because you're talking about something that isn't related to gender. You can... Koopa Troopa, if all you mean by crime-ridden is that crime happens in Maryland, yeah. Crime happens literally everywhere. Yeah, the Cayman Islands, crime-ridden. Nebraska, crime-ridden. Montana, crime-ridden. Minnesota, crime-ridden. Kentucky, crime-ridden. Alabama, crime-ridden. Florida, crime-ridden. It's all crime-ridden. I also don't know why you're talking about Maryland when we're talking about Washington, D.C. Also, shout out to, like, how many people are watching right now? We got... I think we got about 500 people watching, maybe 600. Yeah, we've got about 500-ish, 520-ish people watching. Pretty cool. All right. Also, again, if we're gonna talk about
Vatican
crime,
City is crime-ridden, though. Laughs and pickpockets.
Megan Fox's giant boobs. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Worth noting that if we're gonna start talking about places being crime-ridden, statistically, the most crime per capita occurs in red states. Just as an FYI.
What about De La Chapelle syndrome? Isn't that where you wreck your multi-decade-long comedy career over transphobia?
Well, this is why transphobia should be added to the DSM-7, DSM-6, whichever one is next. Because transphobia quite literally just like destroys lives. Like comedy writers, they're losing their careers right and left, not because like people have a problem with their transphobia. It's because they make transphobia the only thing that they do. The only thing that they do. It's crazy. All right. Miss Captain Lee, thank you very much for being a member. Appreciate you. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I forgot if I said that or not. All right, folks. Y'all ready to jump into our next segment? Ooh. All right. Like that Lineham fellow. Exactly. His name is Graham Lineham, right? I've been so on the Platner discourse lately. I keep wanting to call him Graham Platner. It's Graham Lineham, right? Oh, it's true. There is XX male syndrome. Fuck, that was a deep cut, Sake. That was a fucking deep cut. It's Graham Linehan, but Limeham is so much funnier. Also, I don't care if I pronounce Bigot's names correctly. Did Binface appear yet? No. We'll get there, though. All right, it's time for me to talk about getting called out. Are you guys ready? Lineham, go up. All right, here we go, folks. So, folks, I got called out. There was a message posted on the Discord reading, "Jack, I'm calling you out, and I want to use this time to open a discussion rather than anything else. I know I'll probably get in trouble for the but this is important enough that it needs to be said. I want to be like you, Jack, but I see where you and a lot of the left are fucking up. Please understand that it's food for thought. I await my punishment." Now, number one, no punishment. Like it's fine to want to bring up something to me, always. And said, don't like that. That was weird. You don't need to do that. But let's listen. Watch the video you posted. Let's let's see what I'm getting called out for.
Okay, so I've been doing this for the last couple days, and I figured that I'm gonna start small. I apologize for any feedback that may have came from that. I was trying to get a piece of paper off of there. But anyway, Riverboat Jack, this is his Dark Angel. I have been in your chat for I don't know how long now, but you've been helping a lot with some things, and I like to think of you as a good example in this regard, but I'm calling you out.
Called out.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
And I'm not going to dog on you like you're a bad person for this, because you're not a bad person. I think what you're doing and your heart is in the absolute right place. We are on the same side.
Cool.
But this is a greater problem within the left as a whole. And the problem comes down to the fact that Black people are not being listened to. I have a video where I kind of rant about it on my channel, but
okay.
I was in chat and I remember that, and you probably don't remember this, but I remember I had mentioned that, you know, Graham Plattner has the Nazi tattoo, like he's not really a trustworthy person. And at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is that the whole chat kind of jumped on me for that. And now, granted, we all need to work on parasocial relationships in some way, because, I mean, I've done that to other people who've been, you know, we all need to work on that. All of us need to work on that. But what I think that this, and there was no way you could have known I was Black anyway. That's just not possible. So that's not the point that I'm getting at here.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that white leftist creators like yourself, Riverboat, are not consuming or listening to Black creators, because the Black women have been telling y'all this whole time that Graham Plattner was a no. The Black men have been telling you Graham Plattner was a no. The people who've been in the military have told you no, but everyone made an excuse for him every step of the way. Why? Because he was a white dude. I made excuses for him because he was a white dude. Because I know that this country can't function behind brown people. This is a discussion.
Okay. So, number one, I don't necessarily know how I'm called out in that. I do know that there is a tendency in the chat for folks to like dogpile on people who come in with like a talking point that folks are, you know, want to pick a bone with, you know. So I do want to say I would encourage folks in my community especially to be more open to people who are on the left but might not agree with us 100% lockstep. But that being said, I'm always open to listening to new content creators, right? And one of the only issues that I take with this is that, and I'm familiar with this particular talking point of like, you know, Black people are not being listened to. My problem is just that I don't necessarily know which content creators or which Black people I should be listening to, because obviously there's not there's like no group is a monolith, right? And so I do watch Black content creators. I do take in content made by Black people, and I also listen to the Black people in my community. Some of the people talking about the Plattner discourse in my community in particular were both from Maine and Black. And so it's one of those things where like, who am I to be listening to? Because I'm always open to checking out new folks, even if I don't agree with them 100%. And so, like, I'm always happy to be part of an evolving conversation. And so, when we're talking about this issue in particular, it's not as unified as, oh, well, you know, all Black people were saying Graham Plattner is problematic. But I also want to point out, I was also saying Graham Plattner was problematic. And I was also saying I'm not a Mainer. And so I'm seeing a lot of folks throwing out great names. Or a yeah, the I always have trouble saying it. Olurinati. There we go. Yes, the Olurinati is a great channel. Oleami Olurin is great. But I just want to say, if the issue is that I wasn't listening to specific voices, I'm open to knowing what those voices are, right? And but calling me out and saying like you didn't listen to just black people in general, like I did my best, and I'm willing to accept that maybe my best was not good enough. So all of that being said, if you guys got like good recommendations, you know, I'm aware of cool folks on the left who are black who make great content. Javon Bradley, in particular, Oleami Olurin, already mentioned. But like, if the issue is I wasn't listening to somebody who you think I should be listening to, tell me who that is, right? Because I'm not gonna go out on I'm not like I'm not gonna be bad faith and be like so I should listen to Candace Owens. Like obviously that's not what he means, you know. So all I just want to say is like give me like some people to follow, some people to check in on. I can't guarantee you that I'm going to agree with 100% of the things that they say, because at the end of the day, like I, like anyone else, take in ideas and like evaluate them based on my own principles. But I think that I'm always open to having that conversation. You know, I feel like this is less of being called out and more of like being called into a wider conversation. And I'm always happy to have that wider conversation. So all I'd say is the only people whose behavior I think was really truly called out there was just chat. And you know, that's fair. I'm calling you out too, chat. Be chiller with each other. What do you think about a POC/other minority promotion section in the Discord? I think that we just introduced the self-promotion portion of our Discord, and people have been using that fairly frequently. If it becomes like a like more of a need and we have a larger community, I'm open to that idea, but our community isn't that large yet. And our Discord is already unmanageably large. And we're already looking on how to cut portions of the Discord down into a more succinct fashion. But maybe we'll make like some kind of forum for self-promotion or something. I don't know. It is not my strong suit. Community organization rather is not my strong suit within like a digital space. And like, I will also just say that when we are talking about Graham Plattner in particular, again, he's been problematic the entire time. And I haven't been shy about saying that he's problematic. And that some of his backstory was sussy. But he was the guy who got voted in Maine. And so, like, kind of my position has always been people in Maine are going to do what people in Maine are going to do. Because the political climate in Maine, you know, last time we talked about this, I equated it with like kind of Lovecraftian vibes. Like, they don't take kindly to outsiders, you know? Get you gone, stranger. And so it's one of those things where I don't really understand the political climate of Maine all that well. But what I do understand is that they are kind of a wild card when it comes to the kinds of folks and the kinds of policies that they're going to support. And so, and I talked about this last time, a lot of the red flags, what other campaigns in mainstream politics would view as red flags, a lot of people in Maine saw a kindred spirit, you know? And you can say that that's an indictment on like the people of Maine because of what the revelations about Graham Plattner or whatever, but I do think that that was a relevant part of him getting the primary nod. And so, all that being said, I would love to come on and talk about it if you want. Yeah, Story the Bard, shoot me an email. We'll figure out a time you can come on and talk about Maine politics. So, yeah, I just want to say that I think the call in, well-intentioned. I have no animosity towards this person. Please do not go and like be a dick to this person. Don't do that. Be chiller, in fact, is my exact advice to each and every one of you watching. And if you got good recommendations, let me know about different content creators who might be more diverse. Might be. You know, I'm not going to go and become like a tanky or anything, but like I'm willing to learn more about the perspectives that are out there. So with all that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, and also, folks, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, put your energy into local organizing. Because the more of us that get involved, the better it is going to be for all of us and the more political leverage and power we'll have.
I, for one, can't wait for the Jack, Rachel Dolezal, and Milo Yiannopoulos crossover.
Oh no! Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Just got restocked. Bunch of new sizes and a new color available now. So go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Yeah, so I got called out ish, but like it's for something that I always view like I'm never upset at being called to learn more and to maintain my curiosity, you know? Like I'm never upset at that. Like I'm not upset at people being like, "Oh, you should learn more about history in other parts of the world." Because I'm like, yeah, I should learn more about history in other parts of the world. That would be great. Let's do it. Is Discourse with Brandon? Is that the Brandon who's sometimes on the Majority Report? Because I love that guy. Love that guy. It is? Hell yeah. Fucking love his show. When are we getting the Riverboat Jack Why I Left the Left video? I genuinely, if that happens, I have died. I've been killed by my gosh darn homunculus. All right. Well, and that's the thing, right? Like, I'm willing to take my lumps about being wrong about Graham Plattner. It's one of those situations where I wanted to believe that the best possible, outcome, best possible path forward was in fact available. And I, got excited about that. And people were right. People were right to be skeptical of him. And while I maintained a certain level of skepticism, I was wrong. And that sucks. But it was the situation where I knew that if I had to eat crow, I'd fucking eat some crow. If Jack left the left, we would know she was replaced by her evil doppelganger motorboat John. Indeed. Oh, God. It's all good, pooping pigeon. We're all doing our best to learn every day. Do-do-do. All right, folks. Yeah, like I will say I don't regret believing that people can be bad and change into better people. That is true, Dragonfly. I don't regret that. I do believe that people have the possibility to change, have the possibility to turn their lives around. I believe that for a lot of different types of people and a lot of different types of situations, and so like I do think that that is possible. And it, like, Graham Plattner does not disprove that that is possible for other people. But Graham Plattner does prove that, that is going to make it very, very difficult to run for office, especially if you've been very vocally and publicly a piece of shit. The I told you so crowd about Plattner are doing so in bad faith. Fuck them. But the thing is, they did tell us so. It is one of those situations where, like, yeah, it sucks to be on the receiving end of I told you so's, but like, when you take a risk to plant your flag on a certain position like Graham Plattner, you got to be able to take the lumps that come with being wrong, if that is the case. I do think we should not be using rehabilitative justice. I'm not even talking... God, fuck, man. I'm not talking about rehabilitative justice. I'm talking about the fact that I grew up, like, with Nazi-adjacent beliefs, and I grew out of them, Like, I did not grow up in an ideal, leftist, woke household. And I know that a lot of people here didn't either. And so that there are a lot of people growing up right now who are going to have public online, like, trails that have a lot of red flags in them. And we're going to have to come to terms with the fact that, like, some of those people did in fact grow up and do better. But, like, I'm not going to apologize for believing that people can do that. And so when it's... I do think that when we're talking about people running for a higher political office, like, more skepticism and more scrutiny are warranted. But that being said, like, a lot of people are using this opportunity to say, no one who isn't, like, curated from birth to be an elected official can run to be an official, and I reject that wholeheartedly. We also need a media apparatus that can do its job. Yeah, it'd be great to have a media apparatus that can do its job, not quite so fucking selectively, you know? Like, it'd be great if the kind of vetting from the press that Graham Plattner got was applied to literally any mainstream Democrat or mainstream Republican. Be super swell. My biggest issue is the people using it to dismiss all the policies he claimed. I mean, yeah, that is the aim for people with power who wanted him gone, regardless of his, like past. There are plenty of people in positions of power that wanted him gone because of the policy positions he championed. And obviously, his personal behavior does not affect the quality of the policies he championed. Well, exactly, Craig. Like the direct comparison here would be that would be to like Eric Swalwell, where it was like apparently an open secret for years that Eric Swalwell was doing like rapey shit. And so it is one of those things where I'm kind of like, there seem to be an awful lot of open secrets that establishment press aren't willing to report on. But when it's someone coming up and challenging power, they are absolutely happy to weaponize those things. Which I just, like, I don't have a problem with that being used when it comes to Graham Plattner, but I also would really like it to be used against people in establishment power circles as well. I would like good reporting to be applied equally. Unless you are for killing Plattner, he's redeemable. I mean, yeah, like interpersonally as a person, I still maintain that anybody can become a better person. But that doesn't mean that Graham Plattner should be the elected the elected member of the Senate for Mainers. You know? Like Jesus. Don't speak for all of us? Nani? Yeah, not redeemable as a candidate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I do think that this was his chance at like getting office, and the fact that all of these details came to light, I don't think he's ever going to be able to do that. I wish we could know how genuine he was about any policies. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You know, like, like it, like, we are never going to ever be able to tell the genuineness of any elected official ever. All you can do is make your best assumption, you know. Also, I don't know why alerts aren't popping up. Are alerts popping up over here? Weird. It's kind of weird that people are so concerned about him being redeemed. Look, people just want to be able to know that there's hope for themselves too, you know? Like, exactly, Pibblepunk. Like, it doesn't really matter if he's 100% genuine about his ideas if he's also a rapist. Like, it's irrelevant. What I think is actually relevant is that the people of Maine believed in his authenticity and believed in his policies. And so it's one of the reasons I think that a lot of folks are throwing their muscle behind Troy Jackson, because Troy Jackson seems to both be someone who genuinely believes and like has that authenticity and has like a set of policy proposals very similar to Plattner's. You know? Where do you draw the line on the matter hypocrisy / bad people with good takes? Can you elaborate on the question? Happy to
Man,
answer
that
it.
Jeffrey Dahmer really loved the beauty of nature.
Yeah, it's like people who read the Unabomber's manifesto and are like, he's got some good ideas. It's like, no, he doesn't. Like, this is not the vehicle for your like return to nature arguments. Jackson has his own redemption story. He was an anti-choice Republican years ago. See? Happens to a lot of folks. There's two questions. Does Plattner get to continue being a free man? And does someone like Plattner get to be leadership? Those are two separate questions. Exactly. Yes. I do think Jackson has a shot here. Oh, when does hypocrisy start affecting the argument? It depends on the circumstance, right? And what I mean by that is, if you are having if I were to have a debate with most conservative folks, with most like conservative content creators, they would knowingly and openly embrace hypocrisy in their argumentation. Because in that particular venue, hypocrisy isn't actually a negative to their audience. It's actually like part of their messaging. Like it's an included part. And so when we're talking about when does hypocrisy start affecting an argument, it's when it starts actually mattering to the people watching, right? It's why a good debate will incorporate like fact checking, will incorporate some kind of check on an individual who's participating's ability to just go up there and spew shit and nonsense, you know?
I started out my political journey hating the Clinton-Gore ticket in 1992 because I thought Tipper was a stupid name for Al's wife. Look where I am now.
You didn't support the Clinton-Gore ticket in 1992 because you recognized the thought of the idea of neoliberalism as a threat to the entirety of the stability of democracy. I didn't support the Clinton-Gore ticket in 92 because Tipper was a stupid name for Al's wife. We are not the same. the fucking what is it? Is it Giancarlo meme. He's like fitting his suit cuffs. Yeah. All right. So hypocrisy only really impacts your argument if your audience cares about hypocrisy and is expecting like an argument based upon facts and like logic mattering. And in the vast case of most interpersonal conversations, that's not necessarily going to matter too much unless the person you are talking to cares about having logically consistent ideas, you know? And
Hey, been a few, lots of life happened, still alive.
hi
Lol.
Alana, thank you very much for subscribing. Appreciate it. Um do Also, Mira Featherbender, yeah, the Automod in YouTube chat, like, just catches a lot of different shit. Sorry. But also, we're doing our best with the amount of people we got. We're doing a daytime stream. Please be understanding. The left actually dropped Plattner instead of electing him president. True. That's kind of the thing, right? Like, people on the left actually care about whether or not they're electing
Careful,
criminals.
Jack. Facts and logic gets you here.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet over the next 100 years, say 10 feet by the next 100 years, and it puts all the low-lying areas on the coast underwater, right? Which, let's say all of that happens. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman!
Has H Bomber Guy put out any videos in like the last year? I don't know what he's doing anymore. I hope he's having a good day. I miss H Bomber Guy videos. It's true. But the amount of work it takes, trust me guys, as somebody who sits and does like hours of live content every day, the amount of work it takes to put together like a 6-hour long crafted critique video of the fucking Sherlock Holmes BBC series or whatever niche interest you got, it's an insane amount of work. The last video he uploaded to YouTube publicly was the plagiarism video. Jesus, that was like 3 years ago. I hope he's like getting good uploads over on Nova.
He's
I don't.
working on one on Adobe and the enshittification of applications.
Yeah. Like honestly, at a certain point, you got to remember if you're making like content with like tons of edits and shit and a written script and like you're filming, you're essentially making a documentary at that point. Like he's for all intents and purposes, he's making feature length plus documentaries. Jessica Davis, I'm so glad you're getting more involved in politics. If you want, you can join our Discord and reach out to Dragonfly for hook up to our local Dem Shimp chat, or to Gamergy for our DSA Shimp chat, just for folks who have gotten involved in their local politics who want to talk about it.
He's also in Turf Island. He's trying to not melt right now.
That's true. A lot of Turf Island is pulling a Frosty the Snowman in Act 3 situation. Do. I forget what it's called. I don't know if it's Nova or is it Curiosity Stream? I don't know. Nebula, thank you. Thank you. I was forgetting Nebula. All right. Folks, we've been going for almost 2 hours. If you guys have been enjoying the show, click that follow button, click that like button, click that subscribe button, do the things. And continue to support the show because you guys make this program possible. Could not do it without you fine folks. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. I was thinking of PBS Nova, which is not correct.
Someone needs to make a point and click adventure game called Escape from Turf Island.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click I do like a good Nova PBS documentary. It's true, Natalie Wood. Jack, please check Paladin Lost. He's seriously being rude and disingenuous to us here. I mean, I don't think he's being rude and disingenuous to you. I think he's just disagreeing with your arguments. And I think that there's a difference between those things. Like, it's okay for him to disagree with you, just as it's okay for you to disagree with him. And you guys can just leave it at that.
Happy for an afternoon stream. I'm still alive and kicking. Jack, I do miss you so much.
Appreciate that, Chris Huggins. Thank you for being a member for 25 months. Appreciate it. I mean, I think that what the point he was trying to make wasn't that you would do that. His comment to me, like, I have only been vaguely following the discourse in Twitch chat, is that he thinks that
at least Daniel of Olsen Canadian has been pumping out solid content.
That's true. I fucking love folding ideas. He's a Final Fantasy IX aficionado, just as an FYI. We did that on a podcast together years ago. He said that if he thinks that an argument has no substance, he would imply that it can be disregarded. And like, I think he's just saying he doesn't agree with your argument. And he thinks that you would agree with his argument if he was applying it to, like, take Matt Walsh had. Like, he's saying that if he made that argument, you'd be like, ah, yes, Matt Walsh's argument can be disregarded. So I don't think he's being mean to you. I think he's keeping his comments squarely on your idea. And, like, I do think that's okay. But yeah, just I'd encourage y'all, both sides, just chill and, like, interpret one another in the best possible light, because we are all on the same side here. Is Final Fantasy IX the one with Steiner? It is incredible to me that is, like, the one detail from Final Fantasy IX that you latched onto. But yes, it is about Steiner, the guardsman who has an existential crisis when he loses his job. I fucking love Final Fantasy IX. Hi, right-leaning trans chick here. I may call in to talk and debate peacefully. You can call into the Transatlantic Call-In Show. It happens every Thursday. I will be on this coming Thursday.
Challenge
So if
each
you
other
would
to
like
an
to do that,
Kai.
you can do that over on the Transatlantic Call-In Show, which is hosted over on The Line. Steiner is my favorite Final Fantasy character. He's so good. He's so good. He's such a good little being. He just wants to be the best man he can be and bag that baddie at work. And I think that's okay. Have I heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? I played up until the one where they go to the dark world or whatever. I played up until that one. So I've played a lot of Final Fantasy XIV. And I do like it, but only because it satisfies my dress up sim motivation. My motivation to play like a fantasy dress up game. But I had to stop because it was taking up too much time. What are your thoughts on Final Fantasy 13? Are you based or do you think it's bad? I mean, I don't think it's bad. It's not exactly what let me put it this way. It's not made for me, and I recognize that it's not made for me. And that's okay. And in a similar way, Final Fantasy 15 is just not a game made for me. Like the mechanics don't click with me, the story doesn't click with me. But like I fucking love Final Fantasy X-2. Final Fantasy X-2 is top tier video game, all right?
Square is straight trolling because they're not selling beer Steiners.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Well, yeah, Coder Joe, exactly. Lesbian Road Trip, the video game, versus Boys Road Trip, the video game. I'll take the Lesbian Road Trip video game.
Which FF has the female lead that had that asterisk 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 catsuit that gives every cosplayer camel toe? Also X2 is the best one. Fight with the wall if you disagree.
I mean, you're gonna have to be more specific about the catsuit that gives cosplayers camel toe. Is that the next M. Night Shyamalan film? Like The Beach That Makes You Old? The Beach That Makes You Old.
Final Hallway 13 is bad. The Falsey can somehow talk? And Snowvilliers is an idiot.
I like Final Fantasy 12 though. I will go to bat for 12. It is like it's a great RPG that deals with the ramifications of the War on Terror in a pretty critical way, in a way that I think is really cool. The beach that gives you camel toe. All right. I did hear about Citizen Vigilante. I thought about covering the Patrick Bet David. Oh god. There we go. Thought about covering the Patrick Bet David interview with Uwe Boll, but I don't know how much of an appetite y'all have for that, so I thought maybe not. There's a Final Fantasy... Yeah, Final Fantasy X-2 is a kind of sequel to Final Fantasy X. And then there's Final Fantasy XI, which is an MMO. And then there's Final Fantasy XII. Is that the Army Hammer stuff? I've been avoiding that. Yeah, it's Army Hammer murders innocent Muslim people because he has a vendetta against Muslims. That's the plot of the movie.
Ayla cosplay is fire and no camel toe. Chrono Trigger is the best FF.
Chrono Trigger is very good. I need to actually go and finish Chrono Trigger at some point. Maybe I'll make a dono goal.
Garnet's outfit is so unflattering AF. Like God, it just looks like asterisk 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 on every single person who wears it.
That's true, but I think you know, I think it needs to be crafted up a little bit more, you know? I think people get the fabric wrong. All right, y'all ready to jump into our next segment here? Oh God. All right. Yeah, let's do this.
We believe.
You know what? We'll just final bit of content on this particular topic. All right. Here we go, folks. So, folks, as you all know, you know, Graham Plattner has dropped out of the main election. You know, he is on Monday going to remove himself, and the party will be able to then assemble like I believe 600 people from across the state of Maine in order to decide who his replacement is going to be. And this, of course, is all very messy. And I just have to say, a lot of people have done the right thing. And as these extremely credible rape allegations came out, said, yep, okay, this is the last straw. Time to say enough is enough when it comes to Graham Plattner, right?
I saw a Zidane cosplayer once, but he just headbutted people at a con.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. We were just talking about Final Fantasy cosplay before we transitioned into this topic. So, you know, live streaming is a weird thing that I do. And for those of you watching the VOD, there you have it. But there were some people who didn't really read the room and who are trying to reach for more nefarious readings of what is going on specifically with the Graham Plattner story. And I just felt compelled to call them out a little bit about this. TYT did a Graham Plattner segment.
Hello from your past. You are discussing beans. See you soon in the future.
We also started stream off by talking about beans and how they're healthy for you. That's the context.
We believe that for the movement to continue, it can't be made. And for that reason, we are suspending campaign operations.
That was Graham Plattner suspending his campaign in Maine. But did he? Because there's a big question as to whether his name is going to stay on the ballot or not. And what actually happened with Graham Plattner. You're going to hear some developments here that you probably have not heard elsewhere that are an amazing and important additions to the latest story about Graham Plattner. And then what in the world are we going to do next? So a lot to discuss here. Anna, tell us all about it.
Yes. Well, for those who might have missed the story, let me just give you a little context and I'll give you the latest developments. Now, his decision to drop out of the race, of course, has to do with the Politico article that came out recently, where a woman by the name of Jenny Rassicot had accused Plattner of forcibly raping her in her own home. Now, the Politico piece omitted some details, and apparently there's this assumption that the American people don't need to know about certain details. You know, that Politico gets to decide which text exchanges they share with us, and we'll get to.
Well, one, that is part of what journalists do. Like, if journalists get a hold of someone's cell phone text records, if that they're not relevant to a story, they don't publish all of the irrelevant details, right? Like, right off the bat, this is already extremely bad vibes. Like, what are they not telling you? Maybe you've gotten this Graham Plattner story all wrong.
That in just a minute. But the way the piece was written made it seem as though, or made the reader believe that, Plattner like broke into her home and then forcibly raped her. The allegations, in my opinion, and not even in my opinion, based on what we have in front of us, lack concrete evidence that he carried out a serious crime of rape. But Rassicot had deleted all communications that she had with Plattner in the wake of the alleged assault. Politico cites the following as corroborating evidence: Facebook messages that she shared with a friend where Rassicot describes Plattner as consensually careless, and then proceeds to spend most of her time complaining about how she thinks he might have slept with a lot of women. A disclosure to another friend whom she spoke to about the incident at the start of Plattner's campaign. A man that she dated after Plattner, who said that she had divulged bits and pieces of what had allegedly happened. And then it wasn't until 2023 when she disclosed the whole story, and recent emails between herself and her therapist where she contemplated going to the press about the incident, to which the therapist, who opted out of providing a statement or comment to Politico, said that she would not have to go public about a traumatic experience in order to be believed.
So all of that is actually pretty damning when you take it in conjunction with the allegation and the fact that she has like people she dated contemporaneously around the same time who corroborate that she talked about this incident. Like, this is like it is wild to be like putting this forward as if it doesn't corroborate this. Like, the therapist is obviously not going to talk to the press about it because that's their entire career hinges on like professional relationships with their clients. And like, to talk about that, to betray that oath, to betray that trust, is to shatter your entire business practice. And not only that, but what Politico did publish is damning. It is damning to a degree that is, like, everyone practically backed away from Graham Plattner. And to be saying, well, we just don't know the truth, and so, it's not, these allegations are relatively meaningless, or, aren't to be believed, that's a bizarre take to have,
Now, Rassicot was connected to Politico through a woman by the name of Cheyenne Hunt, and that's a 29-year-old attorney and former Plattner supporter who founded an organization known as Reckoning Action. It's a nonprofit that focuses on combating workplace misogyny. So the revelations about Plattner's alleged assault, alleged forcible rape is what eventually did him in. He decided to drop out of the race. And of course, it was after pretty much everyone who had endorsed him had reversed their endorsement, and it became clear that
I'm sorry, I need to go back and like check myself, because
focuses on combating workplace misogyny. So the revelations about Plattner,
I know I might be nitpicking here, but she said workplace misogyny weird. And that might be me nitpicking. Maybe she just had to like check the prompter or something. I don't know, but weird.
Alleged assault, alleged forcible rape is what eventually did him in. He decided to drop out of the race. And of course, it was after pretty much everyone who had endorsed him had reversed their endorsement, and it became clear that there were growing calls for him to step aside. So I want to just quickly go into the
What Anna Karensparian, am about to tell you is that you need to vote for him because she never accused him of telling her she was a birthing person.
I don't know why, Sake, but your comment comes across as like Anna Karensparian is a character from the future trying to go back in time to warn her past self. Anna, I'm you from the future. You need to vote for Plattner in Maine. You need to move to Maine to vote for him because he will never call you a birthing person. I come from the birthing person wars of the 2050s. Heed my warning.
Details that were omitted in Politico's reporting because the Politico piece had failed to report something that Rassicot had said to Jake Tapper, actually, in a subsequent interview. Now, she didn't get detailed about it, but Dropsite News caught it and decided to investigate it. So I'm going to go to what Ryan Grimm is, what he reported on X. Politico knew at the time of publication precisely what Jenny Rassicot texted to Graham Plattner, but deliberately omitted it from their article. Rassicot, according to the lead Politico reporter on the story, told Plattner she needed her glute massage. He told her that he was coming right over, and she responded by telling him not to do so. But he came over quickly to her home with the door unlocked, and he let himself in. And then
now, I know, because I have an online presence, there are some people treating this as if it's like oh, so she was asking for it, is kind of the way that some people have been taking this new info. But she's not. She told him not to come. She told him not to come over. This is not. And then he came over and came into her house despite her telling him not to come in, and then had sex with her against her will. That's rape. Just saying, oh man, my glutes are sore. I could really use my glute massaged. That isn't consent to be raped. So this is infuriating on that level, because I've seen folks try to use this as information that oh no, see, Graham did nothing wrong. But that doesn't get him off the hook here at all. Who's this?
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
That is. I mean, that's it, right? In a nutshell, that dynamic is what took place. Allegedly. And read the room. Well, it's because I said he came anyway. It's because I was talking about coming over. God, guys, you guys are interpreting this in the worst possible way. Stop it. He didn't even give a glute massage. God. Chat, come on.
And Ryan Grimm says, whether this detail is important to you or not, it is a shocking breach of journalistic ethics by Politico and CNN not to include it in their coverage. And I agree with him. That detail might not change your mind about however you feel about this story or this alleged incident. But it is not up to Politico to decide whether or not we have the full story or the full context. We deserve the full context, including what she had texted him prior to his decision to show up to her house.
The problem wasn't his decision to show up to her house. The problem was the rape. So this additional context doesn't have any bearing on the alleged rape.
Yeah, no, it's not close. So she says, hey, I need a glute massage. And they're going out at the time.
Don't do this. Don't throw
So I need
Cenk, don't throw yourself on this landmine. You don't have to do it.
you to massage my butt. He comes over, and then this event happens. Now, again,
to be fair,
you could hold on. You could say, hey, you know what? She changed her mind and said, don't come over. You could say he came over and she changed her mind then, and she has every right to change her mind. That's absolutely true. But what is not in dispute?
I'm pretty sure even if she literally asked for it, she didn't. We'd still be saying the exact same arguments.
Exactly.
If someone drunk shows up, you can change her mind.
Exactly. Like the entire issue is, even if she said, please come over, and like let him in, it doesn't change that she did not want to have sex with this man and allegedly was forced to. Like, I just...
Is that Politico purposely hid that from you to make Plattner look more guilty. They did that on purpose. They had the text and they chose not to share that.
It doesn't make him look more or less guilty. What the hell? Like, this is the reason I wanted to talk about this entire segment, right? Because I'm a bit older. I was around on the internet during Me Too. I remember the great feminism wars of the YouTube channels of the early, teens. But a key component of all of that was the idea that, like, there is this persistent element of rape culture that we have all been exposed to and all been taught as implicitly acceptable. And this is an exact example of this, where Cenk's like, it changes the entire dynamic. And it's like, but it doesn't, actually. Makes him look more or less guilty. No, because his guilt is not contingent on whether or not he came over.
Which is, at a bare minimum, obviously relevant to the context of what happened. So this is what we've been telling you all along. Look, guys.
Yeah, exactly, Leanne Scott. The Breaking Points video title was something like key points left out of Politico article. The fact that she could use a glute massage was not key information. No dynamic was changed. Exactly.
I've said this a million times, not related to this story, related to every outsider who's ever run on the left or the right, what the press does, and it is driven by people with a ton of money who do not want those people to win.
Well, but that's exactly it. Like, this is some classic, she was asking for it. If she didn't want this to happen, why was she dressed like that? Like, it's some real victim blaming bullshit. And this is a terrible argument to make. You don't have to make it. I think you can, like, if you wanted to have some kind of like discussion about how you think Politico should have published more like of the details around this, like, that's fine. But they are actively arguing that this makes Plattner look better or worse, which is a direct appeal to rape culture. Like, it's a direct appeal to rape culture. Like, how dare you not publish this incidental detail that would make it more acceptable if they had sex to the general public? That's weird. That's weird. That's deeply wrong to me.
There is a significant portion of the left that needs to be right above all else, no matter how much suffering they cause in the process.
I agree. I actually do agree with that quite a bit. There are people who will put virtue signaling above literally anything else, and I despise it. I despise it. I think people should seek to be correct about things, but like, I think we need to be also both being correct and also doing correct. We got to be able to take action along those correct lines. Yeah, exactly. Unumato Child, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. You can talk about journalism without victim blaming. That's a much more succinct way to say what I was trying to say. Thank you.
If you think that's conspiratorial, you literally know nothing about politics. It's called Oppo research. Everyone who works in politics knows it. The press never tells you that they get spoon-fed that Oppo research, and that it is almost always from the incredibly wealthy and powerful PACs and lobbies. And it is almost always against outsiders, almost never against insiders. And so in this case, Matt Stoller, which we'll get back to in a second, listed.
God. Like, it's really awful, you know? It's so distasteful on top of this, but also just like, you don't have to run defense for this guy. Like, you don't have to, whatever niche you are trying to carve out for yourselves here, you don't have to, like, this is what I'm trying to say is that this is a very deliberate choice. This is a very deliberate choice for them to make in their coverage. Ironically, Jimmy Dore would be right at home on TYT now. I mean, that's true. Yeah.
The top donors for the main Democrats, and it is filled with people who are in favor of corporate PACs and especially, of course, AIPAC. But Politico doesn't tell you that either. They don't tell you where they got the Oppo research. They don't tell you why they're hiding critical facts about the case. And neither did any of the other outlets that have attacked.
Except that in this particular case, I don't think that this is the result of Oppo research. I think this is the result of good journalism. And specifically, I think that because we have the trajectory of what made this story happen, which is the New York Times did their interviews with Graham Plattner's ex-girlfriends and published their findings. Jenny Rassicot was someone who was, or Rassico, I've been hearing different ways of pronouncing it, was in that roundup of exes. She declined to elaborate on a specific incident. Politico got her to elaborate on it. It's not a huge conspiracy here. Right? Jank, I'm announcing that TYT and Tucker Carlson are teaming up to fight the establishment rape accusations. I mean, wait, have they actually announced that they're teaming up with Tucker Carlson? Because I can genuinely see them trying to do that.
Attacked. And so why did they call every girlfriend Graham Plattner has ever had? That was the New York Times. But they called every girlfriend Adam Schiff has ever had?
And this, I do think that this is a criticism that I have and have made without, doing rape apologia, which is that journalism shouldn't, this level of journalistic rigor should be applied to everyone in power. Because there are a lot of open secrets in DC about people behaving badly, about possible crimes being committed. And a lot of it gets paved over. And a lot of it is an open secret to the press, and the press just doesn't report on it. And so all I'm saying here is that there should be equal levels of investigation into establishment figures on the left and the right, as well as progressive figures that are coming up. It shouldn't be that difficult to do without doing rape apologia, but here's TYT attaching the rape apologia for discernibly no reason.
Or Marco Rubio or Ted Cruz? No, those are good boys and girls. They serve the powerful, they serve the donor class. So they are not to be touched. But if you got someone who will not serve the donor class, then the objective reporters go and try to destroy them on behalf of the rich and powerful. And as you can see from the Politico piece, they don't mind lying to you. They don't mind shredding their so-called journalistic practices, which amazingly Mika Brzezinski did a great job of explaining when the Politico reporter was on Morning Joe the other day, and we showed that to you. So they're liars. They don't have any principles. They're not journalists. Their job is to destroy any outsider that would challenge power.
Yeah, I don't find these allegations credible. Sorry. Forcible
Damn.
rape is something that you would want to either fight or flee from, and just
in her allegation, she did flee. She went to her bedroom, and he followed her. That's in the allegation. This is truly disgusting. Like also the idea that people, when they are being sexually assaulted, don't freeze up or don't go along with it because the person they're having sex with is huge and dangerous and scary. Because there are actually a few different responses to trauma. You know, there's fight and flight. There are also two others that don't get talked about enough. There's freeze, and then there's fawn. There's actually four. Your body in a danger scenario either fights, runs, freezes up completely and shuts down, or seeks like social validation, social safety. And in the case of sexual assault, fawn and freeze play very big roles. Right? And so in a circumstance where, you know, you've got a stereotypically big man and a stereotypically small woman, there are a lot of cases where women, once they have been engaged intimately, I'm saying this weirdly sterilely, they go along with it because that seems to be the safest option available.
Under Anna Karen's Parian logic, all boundary and consent violations during bondage aren't valid.
Well, I mean, in this particular circumstance, I don't even know that she's recognizing that consent plays a role at all. Or if she's alleging that this is a elaborate conspiracy that this woman is just making up. So yeah. Freeze or appease is another way of like talking about that reaction. Yeah.
the way she tells the story, how do you stay in your house after the man who forcibly raped you falls asleep? Wouldn't you want to flee your home? And I know, Anna, you don't know how you would react if it happened to you. I would get the F out of there.
That's great that you would do that. But like, I think that there are a lot of people out there, when they think about hypotheticals around sexual assault, they think about it in the same terms of like a 10-year-old imagining a Power Rangers like battle with ninjas, you know, where they're just like, and then I would go pow pow ha ya ha ha, and then I'd be okay. And it's just like, that's but that's not how real life works, right? And we know from the countless people who've experienced sexual assault that that is not the uniform way that people there isn't a uniform way that people deal with it. And in real life, human relationships are complicated, they're messy, and also, and I think that this is something that we all have to grapple with, sexual assault is very weirdly normalized in our society. It's not until relatively recently that spousal rape was even recognized as being a thing. It's not until very recently, you know, relatively, that women had individual agency in America as recognized by law. And so when we're talking about all of this, like this argument that like, well, why didn't she flee her home? Well, it's her home. And also, one of the worst things you can possibly imagine just happened to her. And like, she probably wants to stay someplace that is safe and familiar. And also knows that what's she gonna do? Like, what is she gonna do? Report it to the police? Like, a lot of folks don't have an active plan for like what they are going to do if they are sexually assaulted. You know? And not everyone has like another place that they can go. Like, it's not like she had like some kind of playbook to like go through and be like, ah, yes, okay, so I'll talk to the police. I will collect all of the evidence. And then there are plenty of circumstances where women do that, and then police don't believe them, and then it doesn't go investigated. And a lot of women have already had that experience in the past, and so they don't report it at all. Like, this idea of what she should have done to be the perfect victim, I think is really disgusting.
You actually would know how you would react. You were assaulted once, and you were furious about it, right? And would you have invited that guy over for a cup of tea? No. Okay. So, anyways, look, but this is super important, guys.
She also didn't invite him over for a cup of tea. She told him she never wanted to see him again.
Don't need to judge the women involved, and that's their personal lives, and they have different interpretations. I don't begrudge.
Like the thing is, like, Jenk even points out, like, you were angry afterwards, which is like an indicator that like in the moment she froze up, and like that's a common response. That should have never happened to her in the first place, and it also. This sexual assault, alleged sexual assault, should not have happened to Jenny Rasico.
Grudge them anything, okay? I care about how does the media treat the different candidates, and are they being honest with you guys, or are they purposely targeting people and trying to destroy them? And that's why they dig and dig and dig, and the other guys get a free pass.
Okay, but also, two things can be true. That the Democratic establishment were digging for dirt on Graham Plattner, and that Graham Plattner has serious rape allegations in front of him. Like, both of those things can be true.
What have they uncovered about Susan Collins? Nothing, right?
Well, that's not true. They just uncovered that she's been taking tens of thousands of dollars from lobbyists to go on trips and not reporting it. Like, this is the thing, right? Like, a lot of people are doing good reporting on Susan Collins. It just doesn't get picked up into the mainstream. It doesn't get turned into a national story. And also, like, it might also be that Susan Collins doesn't have any outstanding rape allegations against her. But it does mean, I think, that we should be digging into more of the history of elected officials. This seems like a weird stance to take. It's as if he's saying, well, we should do it less to everybody. And I don't think that's what he's arguing. But the way that this entire argument is framed around, like, oh, they were lying to make him look more guilty, it taints the entire point he's trying to make.
Why? Because no one's trying to uncover anything about Susan Collins. They're not targeting her. They only target one side. And by the way, if he's replaced by a corporate Democrat, which is what we'll move on to next, they won't target that person either. They only target outsiders who will not serve power.
Yeah. Okay. So let's get to some more details. So Plattner maintains that the allegations are false. He says that he's totally innocent and that there was no non-consensual sexual activity. Now, he had won a decisive victory earlier with the primary against Collins. So Plattner, who has...
So is the rest of this just going to be about, like, how are they going to proceed? Because the additional details that they reported are she previously talked about wanting a glute massage or needing a glute massage and then told him not to come over and he showed up anyway and then allegedly assaulted her. And it's just like, that was it. The additional detail is that Graham Plattner's campaign denied the allegation. Okay, we already knew that. Thanks. God. It was uncovered that Susan Collins had a relationship with a man who was married and his wife had cancer. What? Do. Oh, she got married to a DC lobbyist named Thomas Daffron, whose wife was dying of cancer. Damn. Jesus, that's fucked. Well, and that's the thing. It's just that the issue is conservatives do not give a shit about that kind of behavior. Conservatives don't care about political corruption. They do not care about, sexual impropriety. They do not care about... Honestly, they don't even care about allegations that their candidates slept with children, you know? I can't be the only one who still remembers Roy Moore, the man that they almost elected a governor, who was literally banned from malls in his area because he kept trying to pick up teenage girls. You know? And he almost fucking won. And so when we're talking about this, the issue is that people on the left care about whether their candidates are actually good people. People on the right do not give a shit about that. You know? So it's just like I think that on the left it is good for us to have standards like we are not going to elect people that are like credibly alleged rapists. We are not going to elect people who are doing this shit and taking advantage of their constituents and taxpayers. Like, those seem to be really good rules of thumb for us on the left, and I wish that people on the right would learn those rules of thumb, you know? So, anyway. I think that's about all of TYT that I can stomach at the moment, but, like, just holy hell. You don't need to fall on this sword of rape apologia in order to encourage better journalistic practices applied more equitably across the political spectrum. You don't need to do rape apologia in order to do that. So, all that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know down in the comments, am I being too harsh? I don't think so. But let me know if you think I am. And also, folks, get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. If you need help taking your first steps to getting involved, join our Discord, !Discord in any of the chats. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. Reach out to Gamergy for help joining your local DSA. And they can also help you plan your next steps, maneuver within the organizations. We want to help you. We also have folks who have taken those extra steps in our community and are working together to try and be as effective as possible in their given areas. So if you want to talk with like-minded people, join us. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Poof. We did it, folks. Hello, Uncle Tony. We have to assemble the Uncle Squad. We're lacking our unks. I demand the pasta? What pasta?
Who do I reach out to join my local GOP for poor organizing habits?
We don't have any contact within the dissonant GOP, the DGOP as it is. But maybe we should work on that. Maybe we should work to facilitate a bunch of conservatives who are trained wrong as a joke.
Missed super chat.
I missed the super chat. Anna just claimed he won a primary against Collins, but that was against Mills. Oh, I missed that. Fuck. God damn. Missed super chat? It's true, I did miss that one. That's my bad. Trauma is never cinematic, and neither is recovery. True, E-worldly. True. I can't be the only one in the audience who starts singing Zoobly Zoo theme every time you say doobly doo. I don't know what Zoobly Zoo is. Or Zoo Bally Zoo. All right. Zubisu? Zubisu. All right, folks.
If trauma is never cinematic, explain Shyamalan's The Last Airbender or The Room.
I would rather someone explain to me, was it called... Fuck. Like, was it called The Stay Over? Does anyone remember the M. Night Shyamalan movie about it was like a found footage movie about kids who go to stay at grandma and grandpa's house? Did any of you guys see that? It was like when Shyamalan was trying to like stage a bit of a comeback. Yes, oh my god. Yeah, where he has a man shit himself. The Visit, yeah. That movie was really fucking silly. And that was some cinematic trauma right there. Is that the one where the grandma is fake? Yeah, it's the one where it's a fake grandma and grandpa. Oh, I thought it was great. Look, it is great. It's just a great time. I wouldn't say it's a great horror movie. I would say it's a fun movie. I remember the kid gets a dirty diaper on his face or something. It is truly a movie-ass movie. God. The Happening is also funny. It's true. The Happening is very funny. What? No. Are we talking M. Night Shyamalan? Yeah. All right. Are you guys ready to click the goddamn button? Because, folks, you guys make this show possible. Consider hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe button, hitting the follow button. You know, the buttons that help the channel grow. Share the stream with your friends, your family, your dogs, your cats, your neighbors, your coworkers, your strange relatives.
You are tearing me apart. Anna, on the soundboard.
Oh, we do, Sake. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And folks, do consider financially supporting the show because you guys make this show possible. Thank you for being viewers like you. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Was that a room reference? Yes. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the 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 button. God, I fucking love fundamentalist Christians who come into Vert chat and say stuff like, "Ew, LGBTQ, bunch of freaks. Jesus told us to flee sin." Well, yeah, Jesus also told you that if your eyes and ears cause you to sin, you should blind and deafen yourself. Don't see you guys out there doing that. I also heard he said something about sell all of your possessions and follow me. I don't see you guys doing that either. God.
Anna Karensparian stars in The Womb.
The Womb. You're tearing me apart, Weezer. Thoughts on the Netflix Avatar live action? I have never seen the animated nor the live action Avatars. The Womb. I haven't seen a lot of things that are considered insanely popular because the more that people tell me to watch them, the less likely I am to watch it, like out of a weird instinctive spite that I possess. I'll get around to it eventually. I also haven't seen Breaking Bad or The Sopranos. ADHD? Maybe. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have a problem. I can fall asleep after drinking 2 of these. Have I seen Pluribus, though? No. I also just haven't had a lot of time to watch things. Alright. You guys ready to jump into the bin face discourse?
What I'd give to have this in theaters instead of Paramount Plus.
Oh, that's right. They just put out like a new animated Avatar series for Paramount Plus. Is it an entire season or is it a movie? Like I don't know. Don't watch Avatar if that logic works. Thank you. I need more of that energy. Oh, I will, because I know that this is gonna get the entire stream copyrighted. Looks good though. Just looking at some of the still shots. It does make me think that I should probably watch that first series to know, like, what the hell this little monkey creature is. And who this hot green lady is. Hot green lady. All right. It's time to talk about everyone's favorite intergalactic superhero. All right. Jack gravitated straight to Toph. I love it. She's clearly the hottest one. All right. What are your thoughts on the new Pentagon UFOs videos? I literally I have none other than aliens aren't here, and none of the footage that they have shown proves it. And I don't find it particularly interesting. I think they're just trying to do like fucking distraction politics. In the OG show, the Green Lady is a literal child. Well, yeah, but this isn't the screenshot of the OG show. This is a screenshot of like the new show where she's an adult lady. So, are you staying cool on this hot day? No, I'm not. It is 84 in this studio. Do. 84 is okay. How's the humidity? Not great. You may have noticed that my hair is becoming steadily damper. All right. You guys ready to jump into the bin face? I personally refuse to sexualize anyone who was once a child. Well done. Walking the straight and narrow path. All right. Enter the bin. Okay. Cool. Here we go. So, folks, we got to talk about the adventures of one intergalactic planetary superhero who calls the United Kingdom his home. And of course, I'm talking about Count Binface.
The British people were asked. The British people should be asked again. I suggest there must be another referendum about whether there should be another referendum. Surely that's the thing we can coalesce around. So many people want to pull apart these days. The Scots from the English, the British from the Europeans. Listen, guys, I have seen the size of the asteroid coming your way. You got bigger things to worry about, literally. Did anybody discuss the Irish border during the 2016 referendum? Not at all. And now we see it is the biggest sticking point. I would say this: any checks on the Irish border should be allowed to stay and live there. What have they done wrong? Nothing. Let them stay.
So this guy's been around for a while. That video you just saw was from 6 years ago. And in 2021, he ran to be the mayor of London. And, you know, I had initially prepped this segment weeks ago because there had been some pretty disgusting news coming out of the UK about their dropping of children who were already on HRT and puberty blockers. And I had started prepping this as just kind of like, oh, look, British politics is a silly place. Look at this guy. He's Count Binface. And it's kind of like the vermin supreme of the you know, the British, but something very strange happened, which is that what initially caught my attention was like, oh, this is silly.
Oh my goodness. A man with a bin on his head.
This is from this year.
And it's not the Tory candidate. Looks like something out of Star Wars. Yeah.
Also, Count Binface has upped the production value on his costume year over year, like Dwight Schrute, Recyclon.
Okay. Anyway, I better.
To talk to him,
no,
John.
I'm going to hand you back to. Oh right. Okay.
You want to talk to me?
Yeah, go on then.
Go on then.
Right.
What?
Who are you?
My name. What kind of journalist is this? You don't know? Have a look.
I've got my list here.
It's not Burnham.
No, I realise that. Oh, you're Count Binface, yeah?
There you go. You did go to journalism school. Excellent. Yes,
a long time ago.
I beg your pardon?
I said a long time ago.
Yeah. Oh well, I wouldn't have known.
Why are you standing in this election? Just a stunt?
It's A, because it's happening. B, I was at a loose end. C, because I believe elected mayors should serve out their terms before they're eligible to stand for Parliament.
Oh, you've made a sensible serious political point there.
Well, no, you're supposed to be impartial, mate. So let me carry on. I'm going to rephrase the traffic lights on Liverpool Road. I'll price cap Wicken kebabs at £2. I'll make cyclists who disobey the highway code have to ride unicycles instead. And I will turn HS2 into FFS1 and reroute it.
Not going to swear, are you?
No, I'm perfectly... Although we are past the watershed, but don't worry, I'm a...
No, we don't want you swearing, please.
I promise I won't. I'm a good boy. And no, but I'm going to reroute it through rail executives' homes. I'm going to build at least one affordable house. I mean, I could go on. What's Andy said he's going to do?
Oh, he said lots he's going to do, and he changes his mind from time to time. But anyway, are you going to save your deposit? Probably not.
No, in a word. But if I could beat the Tories or the Lib Dems, that would be quite funny.
Yeah, I suppose they wouldn't find it very funny, though, would they? How many votes do you think you're going to get?
Well, I'd be happy with one.
Do you live in the constituency?
I do tonight.
Well, it sounds though you don't.
What, do you?
No, of course not. I don't live here, no.
So why should I?
Well, a lot of candidates like to boast that they're local. You're obviously not too concerned about that.
Well, I'm looking at the putative Prime Minister, Nigel Farage. He spends more time in America than in Clacton. So why should...
You don't think Mr. Burnham's the putative Prime Minister, then?
Well, they both putatas, that they will be the next PM. But I think at least Andy feels like he's slightly local to the area. But that's something. If I was to
he
win...
he used to be the MP for Leeds, just not very far from here.
Exactly. If I win, I swear...
That's not going to happen.
Well, exactly. So I'm going to say, I swear I'll move to Makerfield if I win.
Okay, all right. I'm sure they'll all be delighted. Well, I'm sure there's other people who want to interview you. Thank you for talking to Sky News.
It's my pleasure. Well interviewed. Well done.
Like, he has an audience there who's like applauding him. It's wild to see.
Some Manchester Evening News, that's a proper journalist.
Well, Anna, I think I got the short straw there.
Got a crowd of people watching that. I mean, people were filming you interviewing Count Binface, and I'm afraid for me, you've lost your by-election king crown because you didn't know who he was, and everybody knows who Count Binface is. Let's be honest about it, but he's still there.
Just fucking throwing this reporter under the bus, like, you lost your credentials, mate. Didn't know who Count Binface was. Didn't go to your first day of journalism school. What?
He won't leave you now. Of course I don't live in the area, was the mantle. Go on, John.
Yeah. I was going to say I don't normally interview those sort of candidates, but I think you bullied me into doing that. Anyway, I'm going to hand back to you now, Anna. You can continue.
You had a crowd around you.
Your feisty twosome.
It just keeps going. It's so awkward. It's like you couldn't write this better. You couldn't write awkward comedy better than this.
The serious stuff. Yeah, I know. Yes, we'll speak to you later. John Craig, thanks very much indeed. So the news from both the SNP and...
So, that's initially where I was like, okay, silly, haha, look at this guy. He just kind of shows up places with a trash can helmet and talks about being a politician and an intergalactic space hero. And wouldn't you know it, the UK government shut out Hassan so that Hassan wouldn't be able to speak at Oxford Union. And yet...
And I now look to His Intergalactic Majesty, Count Binface, to close the case for the opposition.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you, everyone. So, to fake it till you make it, I am Count Binface, intergalactic space warrior, leader of the Recyclons, aka a fucking bin.
Oh shit, he's the leader of the Recyclons? I'm sorry, is he like an extension of the Dwight Schrute joke?
Unbelievable. And I have naturally been chosen to oppose this motion. Goes without saying. But before I start, I thought I should just do a little bit of housekeeping first, just to show you how important it is that I'm keeping it real. I'm the only one of tonight's speakers who is not using notes. Why? One, because there's zero visibility in this thing and I can't say a fucking word. But two, because I believe in this cause so strongly, and I'm sure you will soon too. Anyway, let's talk about the speech then. So, to fake it till you make it, let's go. So, Brexit. Thank you very much. You probably want a bit more than that, but you know what? I don't actually need to say any more, because that word on its own sums up what has happened to you guys. Fakery has completely screwed your generation. Fakery by liars who knew they were lying, who put their lies on red buses, 350 million lies a week, and it was bought by a bunch of people who are now statistically dead.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing with Count Binface, folks. Dude comes across as a fucking joke, and he knows it, and he is, but then will just occasionally just spit straight fire.
You have got to live with that for probably about 25 years, and none of the politicians are talking about it, because they're scared of the right-wing press, they're faking. But not me. I'm here to tell you as it is. Because look, what's going on this week? It's Manifesto Week, which I'm sure the linguists in the room will know. Comes from the root words manifest, meaning abundantly clear, and meaning nothing whatsoever. The Labour manifesto was released today. It might as well be called Fake It Till You Make It. What are they doing? They're saying absolutely nothing at all because they know they've got a giant poll lead and they're so desperate not to mess it up, they thought, let's just keep our mouths shut. It's Jose Mourinho politics. They're parking the battle bus, guys. It's pathetic. But way worse than that are the Tories. If the Labour manifesto is fake it till you make it, the Tory one is underfunded till you break it. 14 years they've been up to that. But okay, I mean, there's always the Lib Dem manifesto, which is, ooh, Ed Davies on a roller coaster. Relatively speaking, quite wise. But the point is, with me, Binface, you get real politics. What do I mean? Yes, I'm an intergalactic space warrior, but I tell it as it is. Because I tell you what, I am also a 3-time candidate for general elections against incumbent British Prime Ministers. And I am a 2-time candidate for London Mayor, and I just thrashed by 4,000 votes the fascist of Britain First, which proves...
Yeah, let's not obfuscate here. This guy has run in so many elections that he is known for his presence at political events. And he's currently has the entire Oxford Union, like, college folks clapping and hooting and hollering for him. And also, he's out there literally running more powerful campaigns than the fascists in England. So, like, dude is actually out there campaigning. And, you know, maybe getting some results. That's called foreshadowing.
You don't need to fake it. That was real, baby. And that's just starters. Take a look at my manifesto. Are any of the other parties offering to make water buses take a dip in British rivers to see how they like it? No. Is anyone else suggesting that the Houses of Parliament are fitted with a plank so that any MP that breaks the ministerial code is forced to walk the plank, drink the sewage-infested Thames, and it to be broadcast on all channels, including, yes, Rishi, Sky TV, because that's what I call a live stream. I am telling you that the other parties have no idea how much harm they are doing to you with their fakery. It's about time someone stood up for it. And you know what? It's not just Britain, it's America too. I only have to say one word, Trump. What's that? Exactly. Actually, that should have been a lot worse. Hang on, Trump! Yeah, you guys are a bit fascist. I might have to take you on as well. Anyway, no. Obviously, complete convicted criminal arsehole should not be anywhere near elected office, try to fake an election win, and yet he's still allowed to run for president. The point is, guys, 2024...
His platform was abolishing the Lords. Accept him, and stop selling SAW weapons and buy lasers from Binface, then Buckethead.
I mean, you know, I'm in favor of abolishing the Lords.
It's the most important year for democracy for about 2,500 Earth years. If you're not careful, it's going to go down a Swanee. You need to be real, and you need to tell the politicians it's real. And on that point, not to be funny for a second, do use your vote. Register and make sure you vote, because they do listen and it matters. Because that is being real. Democracy is under threat like never before. The Russians are after it. The Chinese are after it. We've got to do better. Tonight is our chance to take revenge on the Brexit bastards and all the nefarious forces. Vote against fakery. Tell the world that Oxford cares about what's real. Yes, I do appreciate the irony. It's coming from an alien in a bin. Anyway, I want to be graciously supportive of your arguments, guys, but ultimately they just fall down because there is no alternative. When it comes to fakery or the real thing, tonight is our chance to say there's nothing like the real deal. Thank you very much.
So, that appearance was from about a year ago. And, well, folks, since then, Count Binface has been a bit busy, and this is an article from yesterday. Count Binface, the intergalactic warrior who could upend Britain's strangest election. Because, turns out, folks, he's doing weirdly well. He's doing weirdly well in this election. And it's especially funny because this special election was created by Nigel Farage, right? And it is in the Clacton-on-Sea constituency. And so there's this special election going. And it is instead now a battle between Nigel Farage and Count Binface. I don't know what to say, but there's a very real chance here Nigel Farage and Reform could be defeated in this area. And I don't know what to say.
Has kids. I hope they're called wastebasket heads.
But the reason he's looking like he might be able to pull it off is because apparently many of the major parties didn't committed to not fielding any candidates in the election. And well, that just means that it's really Nigel Farage running in this election against Count Binface. A lot of basically the reason Labour and the Lib Dems aren't fielding a candidate in this special election is because they largely view it as a political stunt done by Nigel Farage in order to distract from an investigation into Nigel Farage's finances, right? But Count Binface, he's a candidate who will enter any and every field if it is in fact funny. And in this particular case, it is, in fact, funny. I wanted to play this. This is from 3 weeks ago. Because Count Binface has hilariously now been doing, the media rounds for UK politics. And it's pretty surreal.
Count Binface of the Count Binface Party, who is standing in the Makerfield by-election this week. Hello, Count Binface.
Hello, Meg, and hello, Daily Star readers, and indeed viewers in the multimedia age. It's a pleasure to be here.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Shining armor, Lord Buckethead.
Indeed. This is all incredible stuff. He's been getting a bunch of press for the Makersfield by-election, right? Which then leads up very nicely into him entering against Nigel Farage here.
Why Makerfield? Why have you decided to stand for election there? What's your connection to the place?
Well, the reason I'm standing in Makerfield is that's where the election's happening.
Right.
So, if I stood in a different area, it wouldn't be much fun right now. And also, everyone is trailing this by-election as being the most important in British history and could well determine the identity of the next Prime Minister. So I say, count me in. I'm having a bit of that. I'm supposed to be the exotic novelty candidate, and I'm sitting here, and genuinely, if the British public were asked who would they rather have as their Prime Minister, Keir Starmer or Count Binface, it's going to be a unanimous victory for Binface. Run that poll, I say.
So, you are from the planet Sigma 9, are you not? How does that compare to Makerfield?
I mean, the gravity's different for starters. We have to be sort of weighed down on the ground, whereas some people in Makerfield have had enough pies in buns that is not a problem. But
now, to be very clear, in the Makerfield by-election, he got 95 votes. approximately 0.2% of the vote, which is not that much of the vote. But it's still very funny. He did come in front of the monster raving loony party, though, which only got 45
I've loved
votes.
Count Binface for over a decade. I'm glad he's finally getting the recognition he deserves.
You know, he's doing great, and just statistically, he's doing better than the Independent Party, Rejoin EU Party, Libertarian Party, Climate Party, and the monster raving loony party. So you know, like good for him.
In terms of the wonderful geography of the place, I would say they are equally beautiful. And I'm not just saying that because I'm trying to garner votes between now and Thursday. Not a bit of it. I love every single part of Makerfield, from the Three Sisters racing circuit to Hindley Centre to Ashton in Makerfield and the Liverpool Road, which, as you know from my manifesto, I will rephase the traffic lights on to ease congestion, because that's the only blight on the landscape.
I don't think anybody could argue with that.
They can't.
Turning back to your manifesto,
Yes.
you've said that you will cut my taxes and raise everyone else's. How much tax can I expect to pay?
Yeah, well, let me just clarify that. I will cut your taxes and raise everyone else's. Make that absolutely clear. They're not just yours, Meg. It's for everybody. This is a blanket thing. I will cut your taxes
I'm so glad
and
we
raise...
went from a straight election in Bakersfield to a by-election in Bakersfield. Progress.
Indeed. You know, it's why the progress flag flies over Makersfield.
Everybody else's.
Okay, so how much will I pay?
A reasonable amount, but just less than everyone else.
Okay, and how much will everyone else pay?
A little bit.
Oh my god, you were right. Ego Bomb, she's making eye contact with the bin and not where his actual eyes are. Oh my god.
More than you.
Okay. What do you make of the recent moves to ban under 16s from social media?
Good question. I mean, I would go further. Now, some people might say that under 16s should be banned from smartphones. It's not just the software, because they're not stupid. Whatever you ban them from, another app will pop up like a whack-a-mole and take the place of Snapchat, and you get your VPNs, blah, blah, blah. The thing to do is to actually remove from them the hardware, the phones. But I would go further than that, and instead of some people saying you should ban smartphones from the under 16s, I would ban them, Meg, from the under 61s.
Now that is bold.
It is. I don't believe you or anyone in this building who is under 61 uses your social media in a healthy way, uses your smartphone in a healthy way, and is destroying your one shot at life on this remarkably lovely little planet. And instead of staring at that horrible screen and giving yourself a bad back in the process, why not get rid of them all? Because I'm going to punish the over 61s, don't you worry. The pensions triple lock is going, and I think voting should be capped at 80, because it's not going to matter to them much, right? So, in return, they can have the smartphones, they can have Wordle, they can have whatever they want, and piss away their lives on a screen. Until that point, why not enjoy your lives and, dare I say it, improve the economy?
You've talked about getting rid of the pension triple lock and replacing it with a double lock with a bit of chain on the side.
Yes.
I don't understand.
Well, do you understand the triple lock?
No.
And that's my case.
Okay. You mentioned a few times nationalising Adele.
Yes.
How's that going to work?
It's very simple. The Treasury would have to have a meeting with Miss Adele's record company. They'd come to some agreement. Then the British taxpayer would buy out her contract, so she would become Britain's first national pop star. She hasn't done a record for a while. You know, when she does the next one, it's going to be mega. So get her while the stock's low. Then the record comes out. Boom, bang, a bang, Meg. We are all quids in. And then actual British assets could be making coin for actual British people instead of great big US multinationals. Where's the problem? Where's the problem with that? I don't get it.
Have you spoken to Adele at all?
He's so funny. And the fact that the British press have been forced to take him seriously is so funny. It's so fucking funny.
Not yet.
Okay, let's move on, shall we?
Yes, I think we should.
So you've talked a bit about getting the trains to have working Wi-Fi and also just to work.
Yes.
How do you propose to do that, seeing as so many other people have tried to do that and it just seems to be a curse?
Yeah, but that's a really good question. I would hire electronics experts who know an iota of knowledge about Wi-Fi networks, which is more than the train companies have done so far. They very cleverly got as far as allowing humans to click on the Wi-Fi and say, yes, I would like Wi-Fi, but not going so far as to then actually supply the Wi-Fi. So I just think we just need some humans of moderate intelligence to go that next step and provide some, shall I say it, Wi-Fi.
That would be nice.
It would be nice. It would be nice as well that when you get...
He's winning her over, chat. He's rizzing her. He's rizzing her.
Get on a train, it actually takes you from where you've been to where you'd like to go. It sounds complex, I know, but other countries are able to employ humans to maintain, drive, and manage railways. So I would say try and do a bit of that.
I feel like
guys, if he wins an election in the UK, I'm not very familiar with UK politics or law, but I think the law is that all other British politicians also have to adopt the bit. I think it becomes kind of like the powdered wig, phenomenon across the UK. I think it's like that. If he wins, it's the new head style.
It just doesn't seem realistic.
I don't think that's too much to ask. You might disagree. Let's let the voters decide.
Now, there was something that you wanted me to ask you about, and I don't know whether I have yet.
No, you haven't.
I haven't. What would you like me to ask you about, Count Binface?
It's in my manifesto, Meg. Simply put, why is it Count Binface? I'm asking my own questions here.
I will ask it again if you like.
No, I don't mind asking it myself. Why, Count Binface, in your manifesto, you pledge to move the hand dryer in the Crown and Treaty pub Uxbridge to a more sensible position?
Where would you like to put it?
Slightly further away from the urinal.
I see.
It's a death trap, and as you can see, I believe in this so strongly that I put it in my manifesto in Greater Manchester, just like 2 years ago I put it in my manifesto in Richmond and Northallerton, North Yorkshire, and got my highest ever score.
I see.
308 votes. Because the people of North Yorkshire appreciated, just like I am sure the humans of Makerfield will appreciate, that this is a national issue. I am trying to improve the geographical spacing.
Imagine hearing the Right Honourable Binface in the House of Commons law.
Do they have to use his lordly title of Count Binface?
Of public toilet facilities in the process.
Also, Comrade Girl 2018, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Appreciate you.
So, have you been following the World Cup?
I have. Very much so, because, I operate on every time zone, so it doesn't bother me in the same way that it must be bothering you humans. Particularly, I'm dismayed by the fact that not only are the matches on late at night for British humans, but that they are adding these hydration breaks, even when it's not hot, which are clearly surreptitious advert breaks for the Americans, to make the matches even longer for poor British viewers. So I would firstly do away with those, unless it's 35 degrees centigrade. Otherwise, they can just carry little bottles with them. Or maybe those tourist hats with little sucky straws. It's still the World Cup. And as much as everybody should be boycotting that horrible Fanta Führer, Mango Mussolini, Donald Trump, even so, it's football. It's the universe's game. And I'm all for England and Scotland doing as well as they can. And Curacao, or however you say it, because I'd never heard of those guys. And I'd like to see them have a bit of a pop. So it's nice to see new kids on the block, just like in Parliament.
Yes. Is there anything you'd like to say directly to the viewers?
Well, thanks for sticking out this far, if you've watched the entire thing. Also, if anybody out there is adept-handed air conditioning, this studio could really do with some, because it's absolutely perishing in here. And, whether you vote in Makerfield or beyond, I hope you will continue to celebrate British democracy while you've got it, because, it's very precious. Celebrate it. Celebrate the fact that anybody can stand, whatever you believe. It's a wonderful thing. And of course, the Daily Star knows better than anybody Isn't it wonderful as British humans and aliens that you have the right to take the piss?
I love him. And unironically better than 90% of US elected officials, until you understand his horrible past doing intergalactic genocides. But if you ignore that, he's a pretty swell dude. I kid. I have no insider knowledge or insider political knowledge of Count Binface participating in any intergalactic genocides, or sitting by silently while allowing them to transpire. But folks, we do have to take a look at something here. This is from July 12th. Somehow. It's a different time in the UK. Britain's back Count Binface in new Clacton by-election poll amid reform donations row. Let's just take a quick look. Do we have the actual poll results here? It's silly here. 1 in 3 British adults, 33%, would rather see Count Binface winning the Clacton by-election, a new poll has shown. Only 21% told YouGov they would like to see Nigel Farage re-elected as MP, while nearly 3 in 4, 74%, said that the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner should be investigating the Reform UK leader. Guys, Count Binface is polling a full 12 points better than Nigel Farage.
I mean, we've had presidents commit worse atrocities than these supposed intergalactic genocides, so we can only go up from here.
Oh, Pact, thank you for the $5 super chat. He's winning. He's winning right now. He's winning in the polls. It remains to be seen if people will actually vote for him.
Binface has been crushing it for a while.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the
Bucket on his...
the 2 tier 1 subs. I think this is the same... No, this is from before he was Count Binface. You're right. I do know from experience, though, that if I play a John Oliver segment, the Last Week Tonight will claim the footage, even if it's not their footage. But, yes, the OG Count Buckethead, or Lord Buckethead, rather. But he's been doing cool shit for a while. But let's take a look.
Yesterday, you may remember.
Because now we have footage. We now have footage of his first appearance in British media for the Clacton by-election. Let's take a look at his appearance on LBC here.
We reported on Nigel Farage's decision to resign his seat of Clacton-on-Sea to trigger a by-election.
I've thought about it hard, and I've decided today I will resign as a Member of Parliament for Clacton-on-Sea, thereby forcing a by-election, which would happen, I hope, in short order. No, I've decided that the people of Clacton should be the judges of my actions. This will be a people versus the establishment by-election.
Yeah, but by the way, he's being investigated for around £500,000 being donated to his political party, allegedly illegally. So...
But what I hadn't fully thought through at the time was that with only one candidate standing against him, Count Binface, it is possible that Binface beats Farage. We are, after all, the country which voted to christen a ship Boaty McBoatface. We have a lot...
I will be honest with you. Boaty McBoatface has weighed upon me while thinking about the Lord, the Count Binface election. The Boaty McBoatface votes. I do think that the UK might have a Boaty McBoatface political culture right now, which would in fact allow for the rise of Count Binface. And that bodes poorly for Nigel Farage.
long tradition of subversive humour. And I don't know, but I wouldn't rule anything out. Anyway, this periodic visitor from another galaxy has policies which may prove popular in Clacton. Nationalising model railways, for instance, and also nationalising Adele. Renaming London Bridge Phoebe Waller Bridge, and of course, moving the hand dryer in the men's toilet in Uxbridge's Crown and Treaty pub to a more sensible position. He joined me a little earlier. I asked him, had he contemplated the worrying possibility that he might actually win this by-election?
Well, I mean, Andrew, thank you for your...
The fact that they allowed him to call in with the space background is so fucking funny. Oh god. God. I'll take a look at this in a moment.
Your question. I mean, of course, I've computed every eventuality, and there is a small, a bit like Avengers Endgame, there is a small window of opportunity within which I actually become an MP. That is something which I think the British people would find hilarious, the rest of humanity would find hilarious, and dare I say, I would find hilarious too.
It's true. This is the funniest possible thing that could happen. Nigel Farage being brought low by Count Binface. It would end his career. It's the perfect way to end Nigel Farage's career, by the way. And also, wouldn't be completely unprecedented. Like, I don't know if folks remember this, but this is from 16 years ago, chat. This is from 16 years ago. UKIP's Nigel Farage finishes behind Bear Cow and Independent. In the end, he himself was flipped by a candidate championed by a dolphin. What's that about? So, when you go through this, UKIP and a crowd of other independents, there were 11 candidates on the ballot in all, had been seeking to capitalize on a tide of anger surging through Buckingham. Voters were unhappy about being asked to return the Speaker to the Commons unopposed, particularly in Prince's Riceboro, which had been moved into the constituency. They said they felt disenfranchised, but they were also upset about Bear Cow flipping his second home. A man dressed as a dolphin called Flipper campaigned on behalf of independent candidate John Stevens. John Stevens and Flipper came second with 10,331 votes, ahead of Farage with 8,401 votes. So there is a precedent here for Nigel Farage to experience a crushing defeat in third place, because the polling that we have indicates, 31% would coalesce around Count Binface, 33% would coalesce around Count Binface, 21% would coalesce around Nigel Farage. But the overwhelming majority of folks in Clacton want neither of them. Meaning that the third place position would once again be Nigel Farage. So, history could repeat in a very satisfying way to end Nigel Farage's career, and I, for one, hope that takes place, all right? Let's finish this interview.
And of course, in terms of Nigel Farage's framing of this campaign, you now represent the entire British establishment.
Yes, quite. Well, I've been waiting for this, to be honest with you, Andrew. I mean, where's my invite to the Spectator Summer Party, to the Garrick Club, to Wimbledon Royal Box, to last night at the proms? Because I tell you this, if I am part of the establishment, I'm getting NFI'd to a lot of the good stuff.
Very good. And in terms of your actual policies, I read out a few of them earlier on. What do you think is going to resonate most with the people of Clapton?
Clapton's in London.
I know, I'm a Londoner, sorry.
Well, I'm from Sigma 9 and I get it right. No excuse. But no, I take your point. You've got a lot of places to deal with.
For the people of Clacton, Clapton or anywhere else, what is the signature policy that's going to take you over the line?
Well, this is the thing, you see, Andrew. I mean, I'm not actually on the ballot yet. You know how it works. I need to persuade 10 humans who live in Clacton to nominate me, and indeed other candidates can do that too. That's the wonder of democracy. And should I get on the ballot, then naturally I will have a fully costed suite of policies that mixes the national and the local. But you can guarantee that I'll be looking at my price capping of 99 flakes at 99 pence. I mean, it's a seaside town. Yeah. That's got to be an easy win, wouldn't you say?
I think so. I think so.
National policies, nationalise Adele, build at least one affordable house, tie nurses' pay to that of ministers, rename...
As you can tell, he's been remarkably consistent with his policy ideas. Like in a way that should make an established politician blush.
London Bridge after Phoebe Waller.
What does NFI mean? I'm assuming not fucking invited? Or no fucking idea.
Bring back CFAX, and of course, move the hand dryer in the gents' toilets at the Crown and Treaty Pub, Uxbridge, to a more sensible position. Because as you can imagine, that's a national issue.
It certainly is. It's one that we've discussed on the show already because it is so important. If you got elected, do you realise that you would not be able to wear your current facial covering? The Commons rules, which I've got in front of me here, are very, very clear, and they forbid face coverings.
Well, I mean, the Commons rules are very clear about what you can do with donations. But that seems to have got all murky, so why can't I?
He's so good at this! Elect Count Binface!
Yeah, see how the line can get tested. I mean, look, if Black Rod can slip in under the guidelines, why can't I? It smacks of double standards, Andrew.
Well, let me just read you, for the sake of clarity, what it actually says. Clothing should demonstrate respect for...
I do think his argument should be that isn't his head. It's just his face. I think that should be his argument.
The house, and uniforms, large slogan-bearing items, and other forms of demonstrative dress are generally not considered in order. I'm just closing my eyes and looking forward to you actually taking the oath.
Well, look, Andrew, I'm not a lawyer, but let's just pick on two words there. Demonstrative? I'm not demonstrative. This is just who I am. I'm a recyclon. It would be binnist of the speaker to attack me for that one. And then you also use the phrase generally. So if there's not wriggle room there, then where is there? I say, bring it on.
And in terms of your allegiance to the king, which you'd have to swear if you became an MP, you come from another galaxy. Would you swear allegiance to Charles III?
Well, I understand you can just cross your fingers now and everything's hunky-dory. Is that right?
It's not right. I don't.
I don't know. I'm rooting for this anti-monarchy intergalactic superhero. He's winning me over. This is getting too woke. Yeah.
You know, if Binface tried to appeal to the Clacton-on-Sea furry constituency, he'd basically guarantee his win.
He might genuinely do. He might. Like, I could see him right at home at a furry convention. I bet he would love some tips on how to get some air cooling going on in there.
I don't think it is, but some have done it. It's true. It has been done before. Just coming back to the campaign itself, is there a danger that, for instance, the monster raving loony party stands and splits the anti-Farage vote?
I think more to the point, it would. I think the danger would be Farage that they would split the reform votes, because they're actually to that side of the political spectrum. And I'm not entirely kidding on that one. So, no, I'm quietly confident. And, like I say, it's democracy. Let the people of Clacton have their say. There'll be plenty of candidates. I doubt it will be a two-horse race. I mean, hey, in this day and age, you might have candidates dressed up as horses. It's fair game.
It's fair game.
See, right there, he'd get the furry vote. He'd get the furry vote right there.
This is all about really how Nigel Farage has funded himself or been funded. Can I therefore ask, serious question, who funds Count Binface?
Good question. Well, Count Binface, principally. I got my old space piggy bank. It's quite, I have to say, I don't want to like do a Penn and Teller here and lift the lid on the election process, but to be an MP, it's actually remarkably affordable. 500 quid to stand for an election. That's a bargain. Do you know how much it is to stand for London Mayor?
I have absolutely no idea.
10 grand.
10 grand.
Earth pounds. So,
that rules me out.
Speaking, but for those ones, I have to crowdfund. And, humans, they drop me the price of 3 affordable croissants, £3, or whatever they can muster. And that's very kind of them. But, I'm not looking for your crypto. I'll let you into a secret, Andrew. I actually did get an email from somebody asking if I wanted to get involved in crypto. I thought, aha, that's what this is all about. I'm not falling for that one.
This could be quite a tight race. And lots of people who would normally vote Conservative.
I love our anti-NFT, anti-crypto, anti-AI bin savior.
Or Labour or Liberal Democrat, but might be anti-reform, will come to you or may come to you. Are you actually going to fight a sort of serious door-by-door, street-by-street campaign in the seat?
No.
You're not?
Well, why should I? I don't have to do that. It's a heat wave, for goodness sake. It's hard enough sitting here talking to you, Andrew. Are you trying to kill me or what?
I'm not trying to kill you, but I am very, very much looking forward to the contest ahead.
We are just truly in bananas territory. And again, this guy he's been this way the entire time, all right? Here's from 2019.
Leadership of the Conservative Party which is led to victory in 79 and 83 and again tonight.
I fucking love like the horror music vibe.
Did you say he's been this way the whole time?
Yes. Nope, you're not getting me there.
May I help you?
I will invest in 20,001 new police.
That's right, folks. He got sued into becoming the form he has now. The transition from Lord Buckethead to Count Binface has been a long one. God, I honestly I think Count Binface is a better name. I think it all worked out for the best. Now, of course, we also need to take into account his interview with the BBC.
Now, so far, one of the only few who say they will stand in the Clacton by-election is Count Binface, who was last seen sharing a stage with Andy Burnham at the Makerfield by-election.
Now, I do seem to recall one of you mentioned something about furries, and I can't help but note the figure on the far right edge of this image.
And Count Binface joins us now.
Good morning, your time. Good evening, Sigma 9 time. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Good morning from space. Hello to you. First question, why would an intergalactic space warrior want to stand to be the MP for Clacton?
Why not?
It's a good question. Tell me about your manifesto. What?
Fuck, it's like watching an expert sword fighter. It's like crazy. Why would I not? Are you saying the people of Clacton don't deserve an intergalactic space warrior?
Can you offer the people of Clacton? Have you ever been there?
No, because I understand from the current incumbent that is part of how you do the job. So I deliberately stayed away. Is that how it works? But, if I get the 10 nominations, because, hey, look, there's no guarantee I'm standing for the election, as I'm sure you know. I'm game, but I have to get the signatures from 10 local inhabitants. Otherwise, this is a non-starter. And then, of course, I will tailor my manifesto to the local area as always. But most of my national policies will remain: building at least one affordable house, nationalising Adele, bring back CFAX, and of course, moving the hand dryer in the gents' toilet in the Crown and Treaty pub Uxbridge to a more sensible position, because as you know, it's a national issue.
Those policies didn't go down too well, did they, with the good people of Makerfield? I believe you got 95 votes at the recent by-election. So how are you hoping to do any better?
What a disgracefully scornful tone. How dare you? 95 actual votes? That's a Dolly Parton. 95, just one shy of a reverse 69, which I scored against Boris in an Uxbridge sports hall in 2019. So I'm cock-a-hoop. I'm over your moon. I'm over my moon. I'm doing very well. I came 7th out of 14. I mean, what more do you want?
What do you say to those other parties who have decided not to field candidates in Clacton?
Well, I mean, that's for them, isn't it, mate? That's democracy. They can choose to run away from my beneficence and magnificence, or maybe they just noticed that Nigel is up to a rather peculiar hissy fit, and they're keeping their powder dry
Just
for
clocked
a
out
sec.
for the day. Here's your cut of my paycheck. Thanks
Thank you.
for making my day more interesting.
Silly Vixen 420, thank you for the $20 super chat, and I hope you have a relaxing evening. Appreciate you.
Second by-election, when of course the parliamentary committee reports. But interestingly, you see, the thing is that second election, which would cost 380 grand, will only happen if Nigel wins this one. So if you vote Binface, you save the British taxpayer £380,000 without me doing anything. Stick it in the Ministry of Defence. How'd you like them apples?
Can I ask roughly where you are, how long it's going to take you?
A vote for me is a vote for £380,000 for the people of the UK, which is more money than you would get from Nigel Farage.
To Clacton, and when you're planning to make your first visit, and what you plan to do while you're there.
Yeah, he's just a good value candidate.
Good question. Absolutely. Now we're talking. We're cooking on gas here. I was on my way back to Sigma 9 in my starship, the Alboreto, and I caught wind of what was going on.
I fucking... The Alboreto? I love this. I want to know his entire backstory. Like this guy needs I don't know, at least like a 200 episode YouTube mini-series about him.
On yesterday, so I did a quick old U-turn, bit like Keir Starmer, did one of those, lovely jubbly, and zoomed back, so I'm approaching the Kuiper belt of your star system, and yeah, I'll be with you in a jiffy.
Would you be up for a head-to-head debate with Nigel Farage?
A tete our lid debate. I see what you're saying. Yeah, why not? I'd be up for that. I'd like to understand how you get 5 million Earth pounds in crypto donations, which, if they're completely above board, I think we'd all like some.
I'm not getting the Alboreto reference. It's the name of an Italian, I think an F1 racer.
Some would say he's a good value candidate, but nay, he's a great value candidate.
Indeed. He's a great value candidate, capitalized.
That, so we could ask him how he can enrich our coffers just like his own. And, I think that I'm sure he's got nothing to hide. I'm sure he's not going to do a reverse ferret because it looks like it could be the Binny McBinface election to demonstrate the wonders of democracy.
Even he is he knows what he's about. He knows he's a Bodie McBoatface candidate. He knows it.
Like never before. No, I'm sure he's up for it just as much as I am.
Clearly, Mr. Farage denies any accusations of wrongdoing. Very quickly, Count Binface.
Please, for the love of God, let a Farage Binface debate happen. I need it. I need it. I just need it. I need this in my life. I need this as somebody who experiences this barrage of far right politics. I need to see this intergalactic superhero stand up for us, the working people. I need it in my veins now.
Can you win?
Yeah, this is the idealized form of British politics right here. Exactly.
Probably not, but you know what? It's the taking part that counts. My job is to demonstrate that British democracy is wonderful and unique in the entire cosmos, because you can stand for whatever you want. You can stand no matter who you want. You could stand if you want. Come and join me. Why not? Exercise your democratic right. And let's see where it takes me, or indeed you. You might be the next MP for Clacton. Who knows?
I love him. I think he's great. I really hope we don't find out he's racist or something. Like, I hope there's not like a 40-year-old clip of him doing something unspeakable. Like, I hope this isn't another milkshake duck situation. And of course, we do have to end our coverage of Count Binface on this incredible video that he posted to his YouTube channel not that long ago. I think this was from 1 month ago. All right. Yeah, this was for the Makerfield by-election, but you know, if you're in Clacton, you can, you know, pretend it's about you and your area, because he'll bring this exact same energy to the Clacton by-election.
The country's sick of stubborn. He's only in year 2. You voted him in with a crazy landslide, but he didn't know what to do. Now he's burning blood in West Street. They got him lost your palace coup. They might be better than Barrage, but so's anything. Now you know what to do. So am I voting for Binface. I'm standing for the people of Bakerfield. Voting for Binface. Treat you to a bad piece yet on me. You got Nigel's crypto millions, and the Tories got no chance. And as for the Greens, they're really something. If you wanna hypnotize your boo,
what?
But boy, you got a friend in Binface. Democracy's in trouble. You all need
Look, it's his
someone
ship
to make some
coming to
sense.
Bakersfield.
I pledged all 99 flake ice creams, but only cost 99 pence. Gonna bring back seatbacks, and I'll nationalize Adele. They say, tell me aren't you that naughty guy? And I say, I'm the same one this time. Voting for Binface. I'm standing for the people of Bakerfield. Voting for Binface. It's time to show the bastards how you feel. Put on my rocket shoes and I boarded my plane. Touchdown in a land called Makerfield. Make it great again.
Incredible. And you know, or don't. Yeah, exactly. Incredible stuff. I just want to say, I do believe in his message. Any one of you in a democracy can run. And any one of you should run, even if it's just to be a silly little guy, or gal, or non-binary pal. All right? running in an election, giving people options, it is a great thing, and it inherently challenges power. It is inherently a good act. And you know what? I endorse Count Binface in the Clacton by-election.
If I had a nickel for every time a British person has made a parody of Walking in Memphis that gets stuck in my head, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird it's happened twice.
Indeed, love stuff. Thank you for the $5 $5 dono. I just want to say this is an official endorsement for Count Binface in the Clacton by-election in the UK. I'm not in the UK. I've never been to Clacton, but you know what? I do appreciate a little bit of whimsy in my politics, and I appreciate someone who is just joyfully pro-democracy. And I think that energy needs to be embraced both in the UK and here in the United States. All right? So, all that being said, folks, you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Leave a comment telling me why you are or are not pro Count Binface. And also, do consider getting involved in your local politics. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help joining your DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing your local Dems. It can be scary taking your first step, going to your first meetings, but folks, we can help you make it happen. And also, it's just very important. We need to get those corporate Democrats out of office. We need to get those more effective DSA policies passed. We need to organize, folks, because it is the only way we are going to get out of the problem we find ourselves stuck in. So, folks, all that being said, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is a comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. If you join DSA, you get a nifty little card. That's true. Woof. Wowee. He's BSA approved. Bin socialists of Amber. Hell yeah. Amber brains. Folks, we've been going for almost 4 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. Click the goddamn button.
Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click, 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 button.
Oh hell yeah, T-Lay. The enhanced one. Hey Jack, do you know someone in the community who's really active on Twitter? Not really. I mean, I'm sure there's somebody in the community who's active on Twitter, but I don't use Twitter except to like search up, stuff we might cover for the show. But I don't really post there or pay attention to people who post there very often. Do. What does Vertical Chat think about Count Binface? I don't know. Vertical Chat, what do you guys think about Count Binface? We've been getting a lot of people who come on in and ask, "What is this?" Which I don't know is like a. I don't think that's a big. I don't think that that's a big constituency there. I think a lot of the Vertical Chatters were confused by the man with the bin for a face. Do you think Mitch is dead? I think he's dying. I don't know that he's dead yet, but I do think that like he's dying. If he wasn't dead, they wouldn't be being so cagey and weird about it. Incredible Segi, by the way. Thank you. I thought it was fun. Now I'm trying to decide here. Like, do we... Like, do we cover... I'm trying to decide where we go next with
the
this.
best known name.
I think, for starters, I need to stand up and be able to air out this room a little bit, because it has gotten to, like, 86 degrees in here. So I'm going to take a little break to, like, cool down the recording space. And when I come back, we will... hopefully be doing the Colorado debate, or not Colorado, Michigan debate. BRB.
Rat is this. Normal rat's like this. That's a normal rat. 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 Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this, this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, this. Sniffs. Quite the wire, 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 quite the wire. You are now a normal rat. Normal rat's like this. That's 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 a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this, this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, this. Sniffs. Point the wire, 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 point the wire. You are now a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, this. Sniffs. This, like this, like this, like this, like this, this. That's a normal rat. Like this, like this, like this, like this, this. Sniffs. Point the wire, 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 point the wire.
You are now at normal ground.
understand that the Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying there's all that. There's that Mamdani guy. He's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that woke gay empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jace, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
Hello, everybody. God, this rips, don't it? Y'all ready?
A place like Washtenaw where
I think this is the last thing that I have like patience to do today. Into it. Cool. And folks, we are about to jump into covering the Michigan Democratic Senate primary debate. Hope you're all ready for that. And also, do consider supporting the show because you guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine folks. And I'm trying to think. Yeah, we'll talk about Mitch McConnell. Yeah, I need to figure out the time, Christina. Thank you for the reminder. One second. Sorry. Max Danger, thank you for the gifted membership. Do, 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 do. Do. Yeah, it'll probably be like 9 o'clock would be like the safe time, Christina? If that would be okay? Just DM me on Discord when you figure it out. All right. I'm going to put it in my calendar at 9 p.m. just so I have something there. Here we go. Okay, cool. All right, you guys ready? Sorry about that. I had to flip through several different layers of information at once. All right. So, folks, we are about to jump into the Michigan Democratic Senate primary debate between not Natalie McMorrow anymore, Haley Stevens, and Abdul Al-Sayed. I'm real excited for this. Let's take a look.
Is a made in Michigan moment, and we have a story to tell, and we need a champion in the United States Senate.
Who earns the chance to carry the Democratic banner into one of the most consequential Senate races in the country? The choice is yours. Live from the Wood TV studios in Grand Rapids and your local election headquarters. This is night one of Debate Week in Michigan, Democratic Senate primary.
Good evening, I'm Rick Albin.
God, the music that they play is just so bizarre over political things.
Moderator for tonight's debate, along with Amber Crisco, who will be here with viewer questions. Candidates, welcome to you and welcome to viewers across the state watching here on Wood TV, our sister station, WLNS in Lansing, and partners in Detroit, Marquette, Alpena, Traverse City, and Flint. This truly is Debate Week in Michigan. Here's a quick review of the rules. Each question goes to each candidate for a 60-second response.
You know, Gamer G, I'm glad that you're here to appreciate my long-running joke about Fire Emblem music being effectively the music of modern-day politics. You know, I don't think anyone else necessarily in chat appreciates the joke, but I know you do.
In an order determined by a drawing earlier in this process. A 30-second rebuttal will follow after each candidate has given their initial response. The only possible change to that would be for the final question. Depending on how much time is left in the program, we may eliminate the rebuttal or adjust the length of time to answer the question. There is no opening statement. There will be a 60-second closing. It is time for our first question in Debate Week in Michigan. Again, welcome to both of you. The first question will go to you, sir. The number one issue facing people from coast to coast and right here in Michigan is no surprise. It's inflation, it's affordability, everything costs too much. You can't.
You know, I'm sorry. Just I like to comment on the candidates' appearances sometimes. Number one, Abdul Al-Sayed is like classically handsome, right? And number two, I don't know what he's doing with this little soul patch thing, but it's working.
Can't fix it all, but if you're elected to the U.S. Senate, tell me one proactive thing you would do to make Michiganders' lives more affordable. 60 seconds, sir.
I've been up and down my state, 110 different cities, 450 public events. No matter where I go, people say the same thing. I just can't afford to live here anymore. I'm so worried about the price of groceries. I can't afford my gas. It's $5. I'm worried about getting sick because I can't afford my deductible. There's a number of things we need to do. Number one, we need to tackle healthcare by guaranteeing everybody healthcare without a deductible, a premium, or a copay through Medicare for all. Number two, we need to stand up to the monopolies and oligopolies that are picking our pockets. Number three, we need to stand up to increase wages. And that means standing with unions like the UAW and the nurses who've endorsed us. It means making sure that we are standing with Michiganders.
Ooh, dropping those union endorsements right at the top. Love it. Love to see this, King.
In their moments of crisis, by making schools somewhere that our kids can go, by addressing the potholes that cause punctured tires every time you try to drive anywhere. But all of this has to happen by way of getting the corruption out of our politics. So long as corporations are buying politicians, we can't actually enact these solutions because they're getting the policies that they signed up for when they pay for their politicians.
Congresswoman Stevens, 60 seconds, please.
Well, thank you so much, Wood TV, and to everyone across Michigan tuning in tonight. As your next United States Senator, I will run through anyone and anything to lower costs.
Will you run through our brick walls and give us Kool-Aid? Like the other former holder of the Senate seat for Michigan, the Kool-Aid man.
No tariff on groceries bill. My bill to lower your utility bill. Look, I'm the only person running for United States Senate in Michigan who is not a millionaire. I am not trying to sell a book or a podcast. I'm the only one on this stage who doesn't have a talent agent trying to pitch me for paid speeches. And
that might be because nobody wants to pay you to do speeches. Actually.
Unlike my opponent, I'm not running at the first mic or camera I see. Instead, my head is down doing the work for the people of Michigan who need the work to be done. We do not need a celebrity senator.
Wait, yeah, you do. You need someone who's willing to go in front of constituents repeatedly and consistently to describe what you are actually delivering to them. You actually do need a candidate willing and able to do that.
We need a workhorse. And as the most effective lawmaker for Michigan in the House of Representatives.
Yeah, she really does sound like Bobby Hill from King of the Hill. I can't unsee it or unhear it either.
If you want a fighter and an effective leader for our state, that's me.
Sorry,
we also don't need politicians bought off by corporations. In this race, you've probably seen ad after ad after ad. Not one of those ads was brought to you by the Congresswoman's campaign. All of them brought to you by corporate PACs and APAC, trying to buy a politician who's going to do their bidding instead of yours. That's been the story of our politics for far too long. The question is not whether or not you're a millionaire. The question.
She looks like she's plotting his murder. Like, look at her face.
Instead of yours. By corporate PACs and APAC, trying to buy a politician who's going to do their bidding instead of yours. That's been the story of our politics for far too long. The question is not whether or not you're a millionaire. The question is whether or not you are bowing down to billionaires. And for too long in our politics, we've watched politicians beg for those dollars only to do that bidding when they actually get to office. That has been the story of my opponent. If you want politics is different, I'm the only one who's never taken a dime from a corporation.
Congresswoman, 30 seconds.
Well, look, transparency is oh so important. And this is why I have released my tax returns. My opponent, Abdul.
Wait, but that doesn't, like, transparency is so important. Girl, he just talked about how you are using, like, corporate money just funneled through other means to back your campaign. Like, he's accusing you of being bought and paid for by people who have unseen ties to your campaign. And your response is, well, I've released my tax returns, but obviously money that is funneled through other mechanisms and then buys ad space, obviously that money isn't going to be related to your tax returns.
He said that transparency is key, but yet he hasn't released his tax returns. Abdul, you talk about getting money out of politics and putting money in people's pockets, but who is putting money in yours? What are you hiding?
Moving to our next question, it'll be first to you, Congresswoman, with a 60-second response. The Trump administration had been negotiating an agreement to end the conflict in Iran, but within the last hour, we are told that the United States military has launched a series of what they call powerful strikes after commercial ships were struck in the Strait of Hormuz. The question is, what should our policy...
I genuinely... You know, I had been confused why I hadn't seen her in front of more cameras, because like I haven't seen her at all campaigning in this election. I've seen Natalie McMorrow, I've seen Abdul Al-Sayed, I haven't seen this lady. And honestly, that was a good decision on her campaign's part, because her physical presence is disorienting.
Be going forward with Iran? 60 seconds.
Well, our next United States Senator has one mission and one mission only, and that is to fight for the people of Michigan and represent the people of Michigan's interests. Donald Trump selling...
Yeah, it's incredible. She doesn't have resting bitch face. She has resting evil face. I've never seen it.
Us out to this war in Iran that no one asked for, that is raising costs for every Michigander, is totally unacceptable. But here's the deal. In terms of the goal that I have long fought for and pushed for in the United States House of Representatives and what I will work for in the United States Senate, we need long-term peace. Donald Trump has failed us. The Prime Minister of Israel has failed in that regard. And he was just coming after me on this today. Look, I am unafraid, Michigan. You are my North Star, and no illegal wars, no unilateral wars at our expense.
60 seconds.
I think it's worth asking why we got into this war in the first place. There is one man who's been wanting this war fought, and that is the Prime Minister of Israel. And the reason that we've seen this war fought is because the impact of AIPAC in our politics. AIPAC has spent tens of millions of dollars in attack ads against me or ads lying about the Congresswoman's record. They clearly want one individual, and it's not me. And ask yourself why it is that we are paying $5 gas.
God, I'm seeing you guys making your goose jokes. What's good for the Michigoose is good for the Michigander.
Why it is we can't seem to get out of this quagmire, it's because for too long our foreign policy has been handed to us by the likes of the State of Israel and AIPAC, who has made sure that Democrats and Republicans are doing their bidding. I don't take that money. They are spending against me because they've called me the most dangerous candidate for the U.S.-Israel relationship, because maybe I don't want to waste our money fighting wars we don't need to spend, and instead I want that spent here to rebuild our schools here, to make sure we have functional infrastructure here in Michigan, to make sure that we have healthcare here in Michigan. And so long as our politicians continue to be bought off by AIPAC, do not be surprised.
Yeah, what does the Michigoose equal, you know? Like, if normal goose equals 73, how much does Michigoose equal?
When we fight wars that are in their best interest, to annex Israel, to annex Lebanon, or to do genocide in Gaza.
Congresswoman, 30 seconds.
Well, Abdul, I would say no one is afraid of you. And in fact, the GOP is spending thousands of dollars to prop up your campaign because they think they will make it easier for Mike Rogers to win if you are the nominee. I do not plan to make anything easier for Republicans or Mike Rogers. What I do is I take on tough fights for Michigan, tough races, and I win for us.
30 seconds to wrap up this question.
Well, you know, if Congresswoman Stevens makes it or Mike Rogers wins, either way, Israel will win. AIPAC is perfectly fine with either of my two opponents because they know that they will have a comfortable, reliable vote in the U.S. Senate. If you want politics to work for you, if you want politics to rebuild your schools or fix your infrastructure or to invest in your health care, you have an alternative choice. We're running to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all. There's a reason that both Chuck Schumer and Donald Trump don't want to see me on the inside of the U.S. Senate, because I'm a threat to politics as usual.
Moving.
You know, dude is just cutting through the bullshit. I like him. He's a straight shooter.
But staying in the Middle East, despite a ceasefire, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza continues, and Israel maintains that eliminating Hamas remains essential to its security. What, if any, is the role of the United States in trying to resolve this long-standing impasse? 60 seconds, sir.
Well, I'll tell you this. For a long time, every president has said that they believe in a two-state solution. The problem, of course, is that our policy has been to subsidize the Israeli military to the tune of billions of your tax dollars every single year. And their goal is to foreclose on the possibility of a Palestinian state. I believe in international law. I believe we have to hold every country to international law, which means to me that we need to stop funding the Israeli military in unilateral blank checks. That also includes Egypt. That includes Saudi Arabia. I also believe...
My man out here spitting. Let's go.
...that we cannot continue to sell weapons to a country that is doing human rights abuses, genocide, and apartheid. I also believe that we need to stop running cover for what has become a rogue state that is now trying to annex southern Lebanon. And I also believe that your money needs to be spent here, because at the end of the day, the ultimate losers are you and me, the taxpayers who paid that money to provide good infrastructure, build schools, provide health care for our own kids, not to watch it get sent to buy bombs and tanks that end up annihilating other people and their children.
Congresswoman, 60 seconds.
You know, this guy who doesn't want to kill children is making a lot of compelling points here.
The goal has to be long-term peace, and this is what I have long worked for. I stood alongside families who had relatives taken hostage by Hamas, and I called for a permanent ceasefire. The difference between my opponent and myself on this issue
is that you've taken millions of dollars from lobbying groups that want to perpetuate the genocide. Yeah.
Is that I believe in a two-state solution. I can say that Israel has a right to peacefully exist alongside the people of Palestine and in Gaza. It is very clear that Mr. Netanyahu has not made us safe.
Yeah, it's just Netanyahu, guys. It's just Netanyahu. 1 second. I will BRB. Sorry about that, folks. My partner just came down and I had a short conversation with her. It's all good. No zombies. Everything's okay. Just talking about a little bit of a family emergency. But neither here nor there. Smooches must have been involved only minimally. Was it zombies? You have to tell us. No, I ain't been bit. You been bit? Alright. It's exactly what a zombie would say. God. My makeup. 1 second. I gotta fix this. There we go. Slightly better. Whatever. Okay. Sorry. Back to business.
Has not brought us closer to peace, and he's endangered Jews here in America and around the world. This is why he was just trashing me today on CNN. I am not afraid of bullies. I am not afraid to stand up, and I continue to stand up.
Well, that's because Netanyahu is absolutely willing to just be a villain. He doesn't give a shit if he is villainized, as long as he gets what he wants geopolitically. And he plays upon that kind of adversarial relationship where he can be the bad guy to us while he can be the hero to his folks. And like, both sides wind up getting what they want. Haley Stevens can look real tough, antagonizing him. He can look tough, antagonizing her. And ultimately, nothing changes the flow of arms and ammunition to a state that is engaged in an aggressive settler colonial campaign across the region.
For humanitarian aid, for the U.S. to work with the countries in the region and get aid into Gaza.
30 seconds.
Look, I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for Palestinians and Jewish Israelis alike. But the question I think the Congresswoman needs to answer is, why has she allowed $40 million of outside spending, the bulk of it coming from AIPAC, to come into this race? I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu is attacking her to actually attack her. I think he's attacking her to try and steer away the stink of how staunchly she stands for their policy. So let's take that opportunity. Explain what you've given away.
It's all kayfabe.
For AIPAC support in this race.
30 seconds to wrap up.
No one owns my vote, and no one owns my policies. Anyone who is contributing to...
No one owns my vote. Not even that organization that's dropped millions of dollars for me to win.
My Senate campaign is doing so because of my proven record of fighting for Michigan. What I did when I served as chief of staff on the U.S. Auto Rescue, saving 200,000 Michigan jobs, and what I have done to get the CHIPS and Science Act passed and signed.
Yeah, because AIPAC gave you millions of dollars because they really support those things. Oh wait, that's not what AIPAC supports? That's strange.
And into law. What my opponent needs to answer is why is the GOP spending thousands of dollars to prop up his campaign, saying that he will make Mike Rogers the next U.S. Senator?
All right, we're going to move on.
You know, I do find it very interesting that Haley Stevens is saying we need to pay attention to the couple $1,000s being spent by the GOP to prop up Abdul El-Sayed's campaign, but not to the tens of millions of dollars she's received specifically from groups that are designed in order to direct funds and material support to continue the Israeli act of genocide against the people of Palestine. You know, pay attention to the tens of thousands of dollars. Don't pay attention to the tens of millions of dollars.
As I told you before we started, we have a lot of viewer questions. Amber Kriska is my colleague, and she will be presenting those. You'll be able to see them there. You'll be able to hear them in the studio. If for any reason they are not clear, let me know, and I will repeat them. Here is Amber with our first viewer question.
A lot of questions on this next topic, bipartisanship. This is from Mark Newman. In the spirit of bipartisanship, talk specifically about how you will reach across the aisle. Name a particular project that you will champion that will require working with the opposing party.
Congresswoman, 60 seconds.
Well, I don't have to just talk about what I would do. I can certainly talk about what I have done in terms of passing bipartisan legislation like the CHIPS and Science Act. But to answer our viewer's question very specifically, I have a plan to lessen Michigan and the United States' dependence on China, to lower cost and to create those good manufacturing jobs. That is day one legislation for me in the United States Senate. And look, there is a reason why the Center for Effective Lawmaking recognized me as the most effective lawmaker for Michigan in the Congress, because I fight for us, I win for us. Debbie Stabenow has endorsed my campaign. Our Attorney General Dana Nessel has endorsed me for United States Senate because of their fight for Michigan and their results for Michigan, and them seeing the same in me. And so, yes, when we talk about manufacturing, when I bring in my supply chain bill to the floor, I feel really excited about getting other colleagues on the Republican side to join me.
Thank you. Move on. Dr. El-Sayed, 60 seconds.
I'm proud to have been endorsed by the UAW. And the reason that they've endorsed me is because they understand that I am a fighter for working people. I can tell you that there is bipartisan support already to blow up the USMCA, which has been a cancer on our manufacturing industry in Michigan and the industrial Midwest in general. That is a bill, of course, that my colleague actually voted for. And I think there's bipartisan consensus that that has been a danger. We have an opportunity to rethink trade policy to make sure that we're protecting good union jobs in this state and in this country. And I think that means rethinking how we do tariffs. Now, Donald Trump.
Just real quick, I'm taking a look at the Center for Effective Lawmaking, the group that she just name dropped there. And I can't help but notice that this YouTube channel has 94 subscribers. I have exponentially more subscribers than that. So does my endorsement of a candidate matter exponentially more than the Center for Effective Lawmaking's endorsement? I don't know. That being said, the Center for Effective Lawmaking seeks to advance the generation, communication, and use of new knowledge about the effectiveness of individual lawmakers and legislative institutions in Congress. We envision a Congress comprised of effective lawmakers, strong institutional capacity, and the incentive structure needed to address America's greatest public policy challenges. What's really interesting about this to me isn't that it indicates, hey, what's interesting is that this indicates to me that they aren't really that interested in good policy, just in the act of passing policy, you know? And like, I don't know. They have like one major interview every month or so, and you know, it's different lawmakers across the country, but like, I don't know. It's interesting to me to see all this. You got Jerry Connolly in there, but like, this is pretty weak endorsement, I would say.
Trump's version of tariffs is like chemotherapy, but you give the patient all the chemo at the same time. I think there's an opportunity where you pace it out.
Obviously, they do more things beyond just YouTube. I'm being a bit tongue in cheek. It is a University of Virginia school or think tank, what have you. But that being said, this seems to be an effective, like a very ineffective and high on its own farts kind of endorsement mechanism. Or not endorsement mechanism. Like legal consultancy, think tank, whatever you want to put to it.
You think critically about how you protect critical budding manufacturing industry, and that you are transparent with your trading partners about how you do this in an effort to build.
You don't recognize any of those people? It's because they were so busy being effective, Amber Brains. They're so busy being effective. They never would appear in front of a camera.
Long-term sustainable manufacturing jobs. I've heard a lot from Republicans saying that they want to bring manufacturing jobs back. Let's roll up our sleeves, work together to get that done.
30 seconds, Congresswoman.
Well, NAFTA was a crap deal, and it hurt a lot of Michiganders. And what is also hurting us right now are Donald Trump's reckless policies that Mike Rogers has said he wants to rubber stamp. There's a reason why the Gordie Howe Bridge isn't open, and Mike Rogers is rubber stamping that. There's a reason why a trade war is going on with Canada. Small businesses all over Michigan losing revenues as a result. I thought he was going to take on China. I've got the bill to do that and to lessen our dependence and grow manufacturing jobs. I've done it.
Ah, hell yeah. That's right. We don't need someone who's going to fearmonger about the Middle East. We need someone who's going to fearmonger the right way about China. Let's go.
Once before, and I'll do it again as Michigan's next senator.
30 seconds.
And the reason that the big corporations always get their way when it comes to free trade is because they buy off politicians to do their bidding. Everybody knew USMCA was not going to solve the problem. Everybody knew it. And yet, they bought the votes to get their way. And now you can buy a cheap TV, but you can't find a manufacturing job that can actually feed your family. That is the devastation of corporate-bought politics. As the only candidate who's never taken a dime from a corporation, you know I'm going to stand up for you. It's the reason. Again, the UAW, nurses, AFT have all supported us because when it comes to the choice between working people and corporations, I will pick people every time.
Yeah, and it's the only reason you haven't released your tax returns.
All right.
And 15 labor unions are endorsing you. Thank you. I yield, Rick. Yes.
Amber has another. Sure, go
Can I
ahead.
respond?
Quickly, very quickly.
Yeah, I took the same extension that the Congresswoman took every
I'm
single
talking
year
about
she
your
was
tax
in
returns,
Congress.
Abdul.
Every
You haven't
single year.
released your tax
All right,
returns.
we're
You
gonna
don't
move
need an
on.
extension
I
to
think
do
there's
that.
a
Who's
process
putting
there.
money in your pocketbook?
We're going to move forward with another viewer question. Amber is here with another viewer who wants to know where the two of you stand.
Is the Democratic Party shifting? Joe Beelan has our next question. He says, many of my friends who are Democrats are very concerned with the way the party has shifted so far left that the party no longer accurately represents their views. Will you continue on the current party path, or will you pursue your own path of leadership?
60 seconds for you.
I'll pursue my own path of leadership, educated by the countless days that I spent talking to Michiganders across 110 cities, 450 public events. Now, here's the thing about it. There is no left or right. Most people out there aren't asking, where do I fit on the left-right spectrum? They're asking, can I afford my groceries when I go grocery shopping? What's going to happen if I get sick or my kid gets sick? Why does my kid's school look the same way it did 30 years ago when I went there? And the answer to that question is that for too long, politicians on both sides of the aisle have taken the same corporate corrupting money. I'm the only candidate on this stage, frankly, the only candidate running for U.S. Senate, who's never taken a dime of that money, which is why the real issue is about the people locking you out of your politics versus the people being locked out. And I will stand always on the side of the folks who are locked out. That is a pathway in our politics that I think all of us can get behind. It's not red, it's not blue, it's not Democrat, it's not Republican, it's American. Government of the people, by the people, and for the people. That is where our politics needs to go. And in the next 250 years, when we get to chart where we go from here, I hope we remember that that's what we need.
60 seconds.
I will run through anything and anyone to deliver for Michigan. We've got to lower the cost. Look, there are many who want to make this run for U.S. Senate about...
I don't enjoy anything about her. I find her particularly off-putting. Also, apparently, the reason Abdul El-Sayed hasn't filed his tax disclosures is because he had a tax extension due to, apparently there's some kind of discrepancy, or not discrepancy, there's some kind of complication because his wife and he both they file jointly, and his wife owns rental property in India, and that income from that India company or rental property rather, like, gets complicated when it comes to taxation for foreign properties bringing an income to the United States. So, like, that got a bit complicated. He has a tax extension, and that goes until after the primary. Or so, like, kind of one of those things where, like, it's not really that complicated or weird. It's just that she's desperately trying to distract from the fact that she's on the hook for millions of dollars from lobbyists and political action committees.
Washington, D.C. insider deals and what's going on with our party leadership. Friends, this is about the future of Michigan. Who is going to be the workhorse? Look, I've got the receipts. I have passed big pieces of legislation. I passed my first bill to secure STEM grants for our K through 12 schools in my first year in Congress. I am ready to hit the ground for our schools, for our educators, and to stand up to the corruption and the abuse of power that we see coming down from Donald Trump. If you want to stop...
Man, whoever told her to hit the podium did her dirty.
Trump, I'm your gal.
The question was about the direction of the party. Is it shifting?
I'll tell you this. It won't shift if we continue to elect leaders who take money from the same corporations who have broken with the interests of the American public. Chuck Schumer desperately wants one of us to be the next senator, and it's not me. So if you want your politics dictated you by AIPAC or Chuck Schumer, then I'm not your guy. I think we need to go back to the idea of government of the people, by the people, and for the people. $40 million of spending in this race. $40 million. I want you to think about what that means. That's money that buys something on the back end. So if...
Yeah, like, they aren't spending that money for kicks and giggles and expecting nothing back.
You elect the person who took that money, don't be surprised when they betray you.
Except for, again, I have the receipts as the most effective lawmaker for Michigan. I'm not trying to go viral or get a good tweet out, all right? If you check the facts, the claims that my...
Yeah, you've got the seal of approval from an organization no one in Michigan gives a single shit about. Congrats.
My opponent has made about eradicating medical debt are untrue. If that's all you got to run on, Abdul, well, then good for you.
It's worth noting here that over the weekend, a third candidate that was in this race dropped out. That leaves the two of you. One of you will face Republican Mike Rogers, as you both talked about a little.
Just as an FYI, how much would it cost to buy all U.S. medical debt? Does anyone want to take a guess? How much would it cost for the United States to buy all U.S. medical debt and subsequently just cancel it? Anyone want to take a guess? $30 billion, $4 billion. Good guesses. There is an estimated $81 billion of outstanding medical debt in the United States as of 2018. More so since then. However, you can buy medical debt for pennies on the dollar. So, what exactly might that cost? In total, to buy all of the U.S. medical debt currently available right now would cost $900 million. And then cancel it. So his proposal is literally spend less than $1 billion to cancel $81 billion of medical debt. Yeah, it's like about the cost of like 1 day of the Iran war. Maybe less actually. So, just saying, it's very doable. Her talking about this like it's a pie in the sky idea is insane.
Bit here. Congresswoman Stevens, you've been endorsed, as you said, by former Senator Debbie Stabenow, former Governor Jennifer Granholm, and as you said, by the Attorney General. You have, Mr. El Sayed, been endorsed by Bernie Sanders, Congresswoman Alexander.
Could you buy some medical debt for the people?
I mean, genuinely, if these wealthy billionaire fucks wanted to be liked by people, there are ways they could become like heroes for time immemorial in American politics. And it would be stuff like building hospitals, like getting rid of medical debt, like building free or at cost grocery stores. You could, with these billions and billions of dollars, the world's first trillionaire, they could be doing so many acts of unimaginable good. And they don't. They just don't do that.
Ocasio-Cortez and a number of others. I went to both of your websites, long list of endorsements. Is this race not only about control of the U.S. Senate, which it may well come down to, but is this race also for control of the Democratic Party? Is there something else on the line here? 60 seconds.
Well, I'm not going to let the pundits or the
way back in the stream, the sports drop you have. You're welcome, Lauren.
Prognosticators make any such determination. For me, this has always been about Michigan. I am the daughter of small business owners who met at Oakland University. My dad is 81 years old and still driving his Ford F-150 with the word Stevens Landscaping on the side, and he's drinking his water. Look, it's that value of hard work, that ethos that I grew up with that has always long motivated my approach to public service. And the reason I have put up my hand to run for U.S. Senate is because of what I'm hearing from Michiganders, because a fully paralyzed veteran reached out to me and asked me if he was still going to get his benefit check because he saw Elon Musk walking around with a chainsaw. I have stood up, I have called these guys out, and I am stopping these abuses of power. And you better believe from the United States Senate.
That's right. Because when Elon Musk gets called out, that's basically consequences happening to him.
Michigan's voice will be heard with me.
60 seconds.
That's right. You'll be hearing a lot from us with strongly worded letters. Maybe even co-signed by committees. And it's just like, nah, lady, people don't give a shit about that. People want actual consequences for people who are killing the American public with their cuts. People want actual consequences. People want prison. People need to go to prison in order to restore the public's faith and trust in the government. You know? And people need to materially feel relieved. And you're not promising them a damn thing. You're promising them a strongly written letter. That ain't good enough.
I never intended to run for office. I want to be a doctor. I want to be a doctor because I could go 15 hours to my family's native Egypt or 15 minutes from where I grew up. I went to medical.
Yeah, exactly, Jamie Gawain. Why does it feel like she's just waving the Trump bad flag and not giving much of anything away in the way of policy? It's because she's doing the same thing that Republicans do, where they're, instead of talking about actual policy ideas, they talk about like, oh, trans people bad. Trans people bad. And then they go and they make policies about how trans people are bad, all while like stealing from the public coffers, you know, giving more and more money in corporate carve-outs to their biggest donors. And Haley Stevens is the exact same thing. It's just that instead she's waving the Trump bad flag, the Netanyahu bad flag, and like, that's not That's not good enough. You need actual policies. You need to list how you're actually going to help people. And Abdul El-Sayed is doing that, you know? Abdul El-Sayed has actual policies.
School only to realize that our healthcare system was in fact part of the problem, not part of the solution. I went into public health. We eliminated medical debt. Yes, we eliminated medical debt. We put glasses on kids' faces. We took on corporate polluters. We provided free health insurance. We did the things that for too long government fails to do under leadership that is bought off by corporations. I'm running to do three things: get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. I'm not doing this because of some direction of a party. I'm doing this because of the Michiganders that I've gotten to see. A woman who had cancer 3 times and happened to managed to hold on to her life savings until the 3rd one. A woman who lost her entire life savings because her kid got cancer and died. People who have come and shared their burden with us. If we continue to allow corporations to buy our politicians, do not be surprised when everything gets more expensive and your job gets further out of reach. That is the politics that is corrupting now, and we need different.
30 seconds.
Well, transparency remains really key here. You can see my tax returns. I've made them public. Again, I call on my opponent to do the same, because we do need to know who's putting money in your pocket, particularly if you have a talent agency getting you paid speeches. I've been busy doing the work.
Have you? Because we've only been seeing the ads that your corporate donors have paid for.
For Michiganders. Period, full stop. Power Outage Relief Act. We're still dealing with that. Small businesses losing their revenues. We got to do supply chain security. I've got a bill for that. I am ready to go for us, Michigan, on day one.
30 seconds to wrap.
Let's talk about power outages. People sleeping in dark rooms without electricity for the 4th straight day. My opponent's taking $37,500 from DTE. Ask yourself what that buys. Our politics have been deeply and profoundly corrupted by corporate money, and I want to get money out. You want to talk about transparency? There's a group called Center Forward that happened to pay for...
What's really great here is that he came with receipts and is able to say, you took this amount of money from power companies, and they're expecting something from that. You know? And like, that's true, and everyone knows it's true. Like, the open secret about politics is that people just openly are buying political favors. It's openly being bought and sold, your democracy, right in front of us. And it's disgusting to me that there's so many candidates pretend like the fiction that, like, oh no, I'm not getting bought by these millions of dollars that are being poured into the race. That's bizarre, because I've never known a company to pour just millions of dollars into a dumpster to light on fire. I've never seen that happen.
For a flight for the Congresswoman and her mother to Portugal. I want to understand what she promised them in return. You want to talk about transparency? Why are there $40 million flowing into our politics right now in support of my opponent?
Yeah. Well, and again, I have the receipts and I have the bill to stand up to the utility companies at the lower rates.
Explain the receipts.
So, yes, I've got the,
You're not
got the
explaining
multiple
them.
bills.
I'll give you a chance when we come back in a moment. But first, we're going to take a break. And when we come back in 90 seconds, we're going to talk about something that has been discussed a lot in the past few months, and that's immigration enforcement and ICE. That's coming up. But first, we're going to take a break.
Okay.
The candidates will enter the spin room once our debate concludes. There is a QR code right now that will take you to our live post-debate coverage on Wood TV.
It's time for some Fire Emblem music. The contest is heating up in Michigan. Abdul El-Sayed making great points against Haley Stevens, who glowers at him evilly. Why did they make it so loud? Is it really from Fire Emblem? This is from Fire Emblem New Mystery of the Emblem. Don't worry. second game. This one is from Fire Emblem Heroes. Thank you, Jack. You're welcome. I legit thought Jack was playing the actual music from the debate. Nah, I had threw you guys a curveball.
Detention facilities. Both of you on some level had some questions, problems with and about ICE. If not ICE, how could we deal with the estimated millions of people in this country that didn't come through
Thoughts on Vegemite. Terrible.
the proper channels, that we don't necessarily know who they are or where they are? I'm going to start with you, Dr. El-Sayed. With 60 seconds, what do we do with that situation?
So I just want to be clear. I went to Minneapolis at the height of Project Metro Surge. I watched as our government laid siege to a city in our own country. It was awful to see.
It was disgusting.
ICE is not about immigration. ICE is not about the southern border. I was on nearly the northern border. ICE is about normalizing paramilitary force on our streets. I've been clear that you can't reform ICE. You can't retrain ICE. You have to abolish ICE. Now, that's not to say
you gotta fucking melt ICE.
That we can't secure our border. That's not even to say that we can't actually enforce our immigration policy. That is to say that we shouldn't do it at the edge of destroying our Constitution itself. ICE is a new agency. It is younger than I am. We have done this in the past in a way that respects the basic rule of law. And if we're serious about actually having a pathway in this country to a humane, thoughtful, common sense immigration system, we've got to invest in the court infrastructure that offers a pathway to citizenship for people who built a life here, and lived here peaceably, and contributed to our society. I think that's the responsibility we need to go to while keeping our southern border safe and secure.
What would we do about ICE in 60 seconds?
Yeah, well, before I jump to the bipartisan border security bill that I do...
Man, fuck you. I'm sorry. Giving any more funding to DHS, a single cent more, is ridiculous. The fact that we're fucking talking about bipartisan border security bills. We gave DHS like $600 billion. Like, it's crazy.
Support. It must be said very clearly that Donald Trump's ICE is completely out of control, and it is an abuse of power. ICE agents from top to bottom that have committed crimes have to be held accountable. And I've
not by me, but by somebody.
Got the legislation to do it. I called on Kristi Noem to go.
I said, you better get out of here, Kristi Noem. You better get out of here. Otherwise, I'm gonna come after you
What's
with
up,
my
gamers. 4 years and 8 months.
Yo, Archangel, thank you for being subscribed for 4 years and 8 months. Let's go.
Removed, but no reforms took place. They took $70 billion of our taxpayer money into
$70 billion. My bad.
To an ICE slush fund. This has been a failure. A temple in my district was blown up. It wasn't ICE that stood up. It was state and local law enforcement. That money needs to be redirected to those law enforcement agencies that are responsible for our safety and security.
That's right. Instead of militarizing DHS, we should be militarizing our local cops. That's why I'm proposing every single cop car be outfitted as a miniature tank with a gunner crew inside. Every patrol goes out with 3 officers from here on out. 1 officer in the driver's seat, 1 officer in the passenger seat, and then another officer in the tank turret on top. And I think that this overall will make us all much safer across America. And furthermore, part of this bipartisan bill will be to put forth an idea for some kind of super cop You know, I don't know exactly what that super cop might look like. Could be some kind of fully machine, mechanoid type creature. It could be some kind of biomechanical. Maybe we get some kind of poor sap down on the force to sign up his corpse into the program. And when he beefs it in the line of duty, we whirl him away, we put him on ice, and then we start systematically replacing different parts of his body with the machine until he's more metal than man. And then we turn him on and see what happens. And I think that overall, this would really get a handle on our crime problem.
Donald Trump has abused his power. He has failed the American people, and we need change.
30 seconds for you.
Look, I appreciate the change of tone on ICE. I mean, my colleague voted to thank ICE and increase their budget, and also took money from people who run ICE contracts. That to me seems very different than what we're hearing.
Oh, RoboCop, you say? I think that perfectly describes what I'm describing. A RoboCop. I've just been informed by my producer that I shouldn't be referencing RoboCop as an aspiration. I have been told that that comes with a lot of political baggage associated with it, and I should instead call it Machine Cop. So that's what we're going to be calling it from here on out to avoid any lawsuits with the studios.
Now, I've been deeply clear. I don't take money from corporations. I don't take money from ICE contractors, which is why I can say with a clear voice, we need to abolish ICE. I think we need clarity about where folks' money comes from and what trades they make on the policy on the back end to bob and weave on these issues when these are issues of life and death.
30 seconds to wrap this.
Well, it's really unfortunate yet again to see my opponent pursuing Republican tactics. There was a bill on the House floor to condemn an anti-Semitic terrorist attack that in Boulder, Colorado, that killed an individual and injured a Holocaust survivor. Instead of bringing us together, Republicans put in a cynical point about thanking ICE. I am always going to stand up to violence, and I just wish my opponent wouldn't pursue the cynical approaches of Republicans when we...
Then maybe you shouldn't have voted for the bill. Like, if you disagreed with the content of the bill, maybe you shouldn't have voted for it.
Do need to be united.
Amber's back with us with yet another viewer question. Let's do this question, and then we're going to come back to some of this in just a moment. Let's do the question.
Childcare is one of the biggest expenses for the average Michigan family. Jacob Exline, who is an early childhood educator, wants to know, what would your plan be to make childcare more affordable for families as a U.S. Senator?
Congresswoman,
yes.
60 seconds.
I have long championed affordable child care here.
Oh, affordable child care, you say? Not child care for all, just affordable child care. La-dee-da.
In Michigan and across this country. And in fact, I was on the phone with the daycare centers and the families when COVID hit, fighting to secure dollars to make sure that daycare centers and the people who work in them stay open and employed. Look, the costs continue to go up. The way in which we can lower daycare costs are through the expansion of CDBG funding and grants that match what our great governor here in Michigan did. I actually went to a daycare center with her in Troy, Michigan to celebrate some of the programs that she put into place. And the other deal that we need is we need paid family leave. I'm a champion for paid family leave. We need to secure the ability for new mothers.
We need to secure the most basic reforms that we all agreed needed to be provided a decade ago. Where I am here as the progressive cutting edge candidate supporting a policy position that would have been considered fairly okay 10 years ago.
And fathers to have that precious time with their newborns, that's another critical step. I've got the record.
60 seconds, sir.
I'm a father of 2 daughters, and the child care for our youngest, who's 3 years old, is one of the most expensive items on our entire budget. It is insane how much people have to pay. And for a lot of folks, this has become a gender justice issue. It's forcing people out of the workforce, predominantly women, and it's holding them behind from lucrative opportunities that they can use to advance their family in the first place. I think we need to make childcare free.
Hell
100%
yeah.
free. Now, how
Hell
do we pay for
yeah.
that? We pay
We can do that, by the way. We've done it in other states. Why can't you do it in Michigan?
for that by taxing billionaires their wealth. We could
Oh. Wait, guys. Do you think that might have something to do with the fact that Haley Stevens has tens of millions of dollars donated to her via corporations? And Abdul Al-Sayed doesn't? Oh.
could render $4.6 trillion if we were willing to put, let's say, an 8% tax on billionaire wealth. This is not that difficult, but it's a function of our values. Do we care enough to make sure that women have access to the workplace, that children have a safe, healthy place to go, or would we rather be the kind of economy that allows billionaires to make a second billion, a third billion, a trillion, maybe like Elon Musk? That is the question we need to answer. And ultimately, so long as we allow billionaires and corporations to buy politicians, we're going to get the wrong answer.
30 seconds.
This Senate seat is considered a toss-up for November, a 50-50 chance that it will go Democrat or Republican.
So who would you rather? Would you rather me, someone who makes you feel like life will always be a miserable slog? Or would you like Abdul Al-Sayed, a man who gets the average working person excited to be engaged in politics for the first time in their working lives in some cases? Obviously you want me, because I'm the devil, you know.
Thing that I do is I win tough races. I flipped a congressional seat that was long held by a Republican, blue in 2018, and I held it when Donald Trump was on the ballot. Living my values, living the values to make change and improve people's lives. Mike Rogers, he's not going to do a thing to impact child care and make it more affordable for families.
30 seconds.
Look, if you want somebody who's electable, the last 3 polls in a row show that I'm the most electable Democrat in November. Why? Because you got to actually fight for something. It's not enough to offer people 2 options that kind of look the same on the issues that matter.
Fuck yeah, dude. This guy is just nailing it. Like this entire time, he's just been walking that tightrope. It's great.
Matter the most. If you're taking money from corporations, the same corporations, Democrat or Republican, how different are things really going to be? I'm offering an opportunity to actually invest in what we want to fight for healthcare that is guaranteed, for an economy that works for working people, for finally getting corporate money out of our politics.
Well, with all due respect to Abdul, I think he looks a lot like more like Mike Rogers than I do.
Girl, no one's buying that. Like, who are you fooling? Girl, who are you fooling? Yes, Abdul Al-Sayed, the guy who's promising to tax billionaires so that you can put your kids in childcare and wants to develop a Medicare for all. Yeah, he looks an awful lot like the Republican candidate. Okay, Bobby.
All right. So we have apparently scratched the
God.
That's my purse! I don't know you!
surface on a couple of differences between the two of you. And this is not scripted, and this is not something that's planned, and the people in the control room are about to pull their hair out. But I want to give you 30 seconds, and I want to give you 30 seconds to pursue whatever this is that's going on here. Obviously, you've got a question about some of the money in her campaign. You've got a question about some of the money in his pocket. Yeah. 30 seconds, go.
Well, look, my opponent wants to make this race about lies and attacking my integrity and the work that I have done for the people of Michigan. Look, I was the person from Michigan on the team working on President Obama's auto rescue. I have a proven track record.
On President Obama's auto rescue? I genuinely have no idea what she's talking about.
That I am proud of fighting for this.
Like, President Obama's auto rescue sounds like a Steam budget game with some very experimental mechanics and a lot of janky screen tearing.
State standing up to special interests, and I have 15 labor
the auto industry bailout. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Union standing alongside me in this fight, and some other proven individuals as well. So can we stop the lies, and can we get the transparency out that my opponents long talked about?
I'd love to stop the lies that are being told on TV by organizations like the Center for Democratic Priorities, which, by the way, didn't exist until it started to run ads for my opponent. like the United Democratic Progressives, which, by the way, is a front for AIPAC, like Center Forward, which bought airline tickets for my opponent, for her mother and herself to go to Portugal. I don't know what they talked about. I don't know what they did. So if we want to talk about lies, I think it's really important for us to understand who's paying for them and what was said on the back end to allow them to be told. Because $40 million, it doesn't come for free.
So is the...
I love him. Like, what an incredible counterattack. I haven't seen him go for the jugular like this. It's nice.
I'm glad we got that all cleared up. So we're going to get back to these questions. I want to talk about data centers for a minute. I'm going to give you a premise. You can agree with it, you can disagree with it, but here's my premise. Data centers are going to be built somewhere no matter what happens in Michigan. So the question is, are we better off to have some of those centers here, or should they be actively opposed, as they have been by many citizens in meeting after meeting across the state? And it's first to you, sir. 60 seconds.
Look, right now people are scared to death that there's going to be this gigantic data center put in their backyard so people like Mike Rogers can make gender-affirming videos about how buff they really are. I think we have to be serious about the fact that these pose real dangers, and the people who are pushing them are the richest, most powerful corporate CEOs in the history of our economy. And so we've put forward a terms of engagement. We want to make sure that if you want to put a data center anywhere, that it's going to meet the following terms: all union labor, no raising our utility rates, increasing our utility reliability, not touching our water, and then there has to be a community benefits agreement that's negotiated in good faith with all the money put up in escrow, and this has to be fully enforceable, including shutting down the data center. That has to be passed at the federal level. Now, here's the thing. Big AI has huge super PACs that guess who they're funding, not me, the other person on this stage.
Oh no, Sam Cedar. Wow, what a fucking nightmare.
And so the question for us is, are we willing to actually do what it takes to protect people from these risks? Or are we going to let them roll us, just like corporations continue to roll our politicians over and over again?
Congresswoman, 60 seconds.
Yeah, well, look, the citizens need to be heard on innovation. And
yeah, look, I'm dedicated to hearing each and every one of your ideas. Just, I'm not going to do anything about them, but I'll hear them. It'll make you feel better. Well, I sell you out to corporate lobbying firms.
And data centers. And it is up to federal lawmakers to secure the tax code so that these gajillionaire enterprises are paying their fair share. It is unacceptable that rates would go up as a result. I want to force these data centers to pay the utility bills and to pay water bills for folks. And look, I also want to secure Michigan being on the forefront of innovation and manufacturing. I visited hundreds of manufacturing shop floors. They are using this technology. We want the jobs. We just can't afford to force the workers to pay for it. And look, yet again, my opponent takes jabs, except for he won't denounce the GOP when they are funding his operation and his candidacy, and now bragging about the false polls that they're putting out that he's going to be the best one to beat Mike Rogers. That's me.
30 seconds.
I'm sure everybody out there thinks that Republicans really want me to win this race. Sure. The real question is, how much money has the AI industry spent in this race? And why are they spending it? And whose vote are they buying? And what does that mean for you? If you want a future where AI is fully unregulated, where we lose, 50% of our jobs, where a data center sits in your backyard, you have a choice. If you want someone who's going to stand up for the people against the corporations, you also have a choice. Notice, none of the answers actually speak to any of the points I'm making about the money that is being spent in these races to corrupt our politics.
Because I have receipts, and the people who are watching this need to evaluate who is running for U.S. Senate, the chief lawmaking role in this country that has the record, that is not a show horse, that is not, I am not someone trying to go viral and shouting into a bullhorn about problems. I am delivering. That is not.
Maybe you should try and make the problems, and maybe you should try to make your solutions go viral. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe that's some best practices you could adopt.
Something my opponent can say. He's great at attacking, and he's great at covering up that his father-in-law is running his super PAC that's spending millions of dollars for him.
All right. Going to move on to a question that you have both addressed because these go together. And this one will go first to you, Congresswoman. We hear a lot about AI, artificial intelligence, hear about it every day. I doubt that most of us have a really good grasp of exactly what it is, what role it's going to play in our lives going forward, what role the government has in.
First of all, can you explain to everybody, not me, I already know what it is, what you think AI is?
Putting guardrails on technology that few fully understand, that could be a positive game changer that is evolving all of the time and is displacing workers already. We know that that's happening. So should the government jump in the business of regulating AI? 60 seconds.
Yeah, and look, Abdul is lying. Again, he has a super PAC that is run by his father-in-law that has spent millions of dollars on his behalf, and the GOP is also spending money. It's good to know that his father-in-law isn't involved with AI. Here is the deal. I passed my first AI bill into law in 2020, all right, in my first term in Congress. I have supported resources to invest and protect in the privacy for consumers and to stand up for the little guy, particularly small businesses who need equitable investment, Black-owned businesses like ones I visit on the regular, who oftentimes are getting the short end of the stick, and they certainly are from Donald Trump. I want to make sure that resources are coming into our communities and that jobs are protected and maintained. We can do this here in Michigan. We just need the right leadership, and I believe that is me.
Do we need to regulate AI? 60 seconds.
Absolutely. First, I just want to be clear. The National Nurses United is not my father-in-law. Working Families Party is not my father-in-law. The UAW is not my father-in-law. But I also want to speak to the fact that we do need to regulate AI.
Get her
and
ass.
so long as we are taking money, the party is taking money from the AI industry, it's not likely to happen. I proposed a plan putting AI under democracy. What does that mean? That means that I want to make sure that legacy internet companies no longer own the means of creating AI. That AI corporations are spun off as public interest corporations, and that at least 50% of their boards are publicly appointed, meaning through the democratic process. I also want real clear guardrails on what AI can and can't do. I want an agency in the government like an FDA for AIs. And I want to make sure that we pass our terms of agreement. I can say all this because I'm not bought off by the AI companies. You talked about that 2020 regulation. That was a giveaway to the AI industry. So yes, if you want someone who's really effective at giving giveaways to the AI industry, you have your option in this race.
30 seconds.
Well, I'm pleased that my opponent read my deep fake bill to better detect the use of AI, particularly with our children. It was written alongside the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and I am proud that that passed. And you should be supporting it, not attacking it. But that seems to be the only thing and stunt that he can pull while the GOP is supporting his campaign. And look, I worked really hard to make sure that Kamala Harris was going to get elected and that Donald Trump would be stopped. And my opponent did nothing.
I don't know what Kamala Harris has to do with AI, but I want to speak to the fact that right now we have a choice. $40 million. We're being outspent 30-1 in this race, 30-1. That money is coming in from AIPAC. Their goal is to make sure that our money is sent abroad to kill other people rather than kept here to invest here. Now, the question you might be asking is, what does it have to do with a question about AI? Government will continue to work for the people who buy off government so long as we allow people to buy off government. It is that simple.
It is really awesome to see a candidate turning around this question to talk about the way that our politics has been bought and sold by corporate power. I really like this answer he's giving.
And you're seeing a case in point of that.
This next question is one that I take very seriously. I suspect many of the viewers do as well. The national debt is more than $39 trillion. $39 trillion. Now, the interest on that debt's about $1 trillion a year. CBO says by 2036, it'll be about $2 billion a year. That'll be about 25% of every dollar that comes into the national treasury. What do we do to begin to reduce this burden that will be passed along to your children and likely their children? Would you raise taxes? Would you vow to cut spending? What would you do? 60 seconds.
Look, as everyday Michiganders know, that a budget sheet is about money in and money out. And for a long time, folks on the conservative side want to tell us that it's all about money out. We're spending too much. But then they do two things. They cut taxes for the richest people in society, and then they cut things like healthcare. And guess what happens? They fight wars that we don't need to fight. So money out goes up, money in goes down, and we run up the national debt. And then Democrats show up, and we're trying to be effective stewards of the national debt. So here's what we need to do. We need to run the play in reverse. How about we end stupid wars we shouldn't be fighting at the behest of foreign governments? How about we start taxing billionaires their wealth so that we can return trillions of dollars to the economy? And how about we invest our money in the things that people actually need, like good education, childcare, good hospitals, and healthcare? Those are the opportunities we have in front of us, so long as we don't allow the same corporations and billionaires to buy our politicians so that they keep doing these ridiculous things.
60 seconds.
Our national debt keeps me up for Michiganders, and it is very serious, in part because it is mortgaging the future of our children. And the way in which we get out of our debt and deficit mess is by taxing the growing billionaire class and forcing them to pay their fair share. We are growing our economy, except for it's just with the very, very few who aren't paying their fair share. If you listen to Donald Trump, who my opponent just admitted he didn't do anything to help stop him from getting elected, he wants to do everything for the billionaire class. Donald Trump did tax cuts for them while cutting our food assistance and our health care benefits. It's not acceptable, and it's not working. We can't look at the middle class here in Michigan and force them to keep paying. People can't pay their bills right now. People are underwater. I've had 2 working moms in the last day tell me that.
Yes, so that's why when you start talking about affordable like healthcare options or affordable childcare options, people start thinking, do I want an affordable program or do I want a free program? Because affordable just means, at the end of the day, less money in your pocket. That's all affordable means. Affordable is just a great buzzword developed by political consultants to mean ultimately you're still paying for it and you're still getting shafted for it. The reality is Abdul El-Sayed has been very consistent by talking about, taxing billionaires. And she's just doing this Hail Mary towards the end because she's been hearing him talk about it.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
30 seconds.
Look, I just want to be clear. I endorsed Vice President Harris. I campaigned for Vice President Harris. I really wanted Vice President Harris to win this race. Now, ask yourself why we were where we were. Because for too long, our policy has been wrong on a number of critical...
Yeah, I guess I was just unaware that Abdul El-Sayed was the sole reason that Donald Trump got elected.
issues. And it's been wrong because of the role of special interests in our politics. The same exact special interests who get their way when it comes to our tax system. The same exact special interests that have us fighting stupid wars we shouldn't be fighting. The same special interests who are funding my opponent.
30 seconds for you.
Well, look, leadership is going to get us out of our debt and deficit mess. And as someone who has my finger on the pulse of the needs of the middle class here in Michigan, you and your family, and I have the receipts and the track record of standing up for you when it matters, when 200,000 Michigan jobs were on the line, when General Motors and Chrysler were going to go bankrupt, and I worked on that initiative to save your jobs and those jobs. Look, we can use tax dollars effectively without letting our country go bankrupt.
Here's another question that Amber has for us, and this one kind of goes along with what we're talking about. Here's Amber.
Social Security is a top issue for many Michiganders. This next question is from Mark Luxford. As a senior, Social Security is a very important issue to me. What is your opinion of the proposal to guarantee adequate funding for this critically important program by raising, or better yet, eliminating the income cap for the FICA tax that funds Social Security?
60 seconds, Congressman.
Well, I fully endorse that proposal of eliminating the FICA cap and making sure that folks are paying their fair share. What is going on with Social Security right now is another example of how Donald Trump and the billionaire class believe that they can rob our Social Security trust fund and force the middle class to pay for the crisis that we are going to be in. We can fix this. I have also stood up to Donald Trump today and said, rehire the social.
Does Haley Stevens sound like Bobby Hill to anyone else? It's cracking me up.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does.
Security workers that you have fired, because my constituents, they're on the phone trying to get access to their disability benefit, their retirement benefit, and no one's picking up. And again, these are programs that folks have paid into. I believe in it. Mike Rogers, Donald Trump.
That's my purse. I don't know you. I don't know how to do a Bobby Hill voice.
They're going to sell us down the Potomac River.
60 seconds.
I've talked to so many seniors who are struggling. They're struggling because they paid their home off 30 years ago, but the property tax is getting too high. Their premium on their Medicare is unaffordable, and their Social Security just doesn't cut it. And they're worried they might lose that Social Security. So yes, absolutely, we have to lift the cap. It would make Social Security sustainable, but we've got to go further. I think we need to be eliminating the premiums, the copays, and the deductibles on Medicare, and we need to make Medicare fully sustainable by extending it to everybody. Medicare for all would do exactly that. On top of that, I think we need to be freezing property tax for seniors. If you paid off your home at some point, we can't expect you to keep up with property taxes that are going up. Now, how do we pay for that? Well, again, if we tax billionaires their wealth, if we were to invest in the Department of Education so that we're paying centrally for public schools in an equitable way, there are a lot of opportunities for us to lift the burden off of seniors who've done their job. They've worked extra hard. They deserve a dignified retirement, and we've got to be thinking about how to offer them that.
Congressman, 30 seconds.
They are bankrupting the
these questions are always wild to me because it's basically like Republicans are doing something objectively evil. Like, say, purposely defunding SNAP to starve poor people so that they are forced to go to food banks and feel embarrassment. And maybe the embarrassment will make them stop being poor. That's literally like what elected members of the GOP talk about openly all the time, every day, right? And like, then you start that it's like over on the Democratic side, and they're just like, what if we stopped the baby crushing machine? What if we stopped the bad things from happening? And then you have the folks on the left who are like, what if instead of just stopping the bad things from happening, what if we actually made good things happen instead? And then Democrats are just like, no, we can only stop bad things. We can't do good things. You aren't entitled to feel good. You're only entitled to feel a lack of pain.
Social Security Trust Fund, it is unconscionable and wrong, and Michigan is going to have a choice about who it sends to the United States Senate to do something, who's got the vision long.
By the way, in case you're wondering what I was talking about, here is a direct quote from Governor Kevin Stitt in Oklahoma. All right. Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt, a Republican, said churches, food banks, and other organizations would ensure that people are fed there. Stitt, the chair of the bipartisan National Governors Association, said he believes federal programs like SNAP are operated with a lot of fraud and abuse. He also suggested that the program had become too seamless, with cards that resemble credit cards, allowing recipients to easily purchase groceries. Maybe it's going back to the day where there was a little stigma attached and you had to actually go to a food bank and pick up commodity cheese and commodity groceries and had a little stigma, so you were a little bit embarrassed, he told Stateline. Maybe we should go back to a little bit of that instead of just making it so easy. You know, this idea that it's just so easy to be poor. Like, your opponents here are like actual fucking demons from the bowels of hell that are talking about how to more effectively torture the impoverished. And like establishment Democrats can't get their shit together. It's embarrassing.
Term for a 6-year term to tackle a tough issue, and that is what I've done over and over again. I have a plan for Social Security.
Look, let me tell you something. If shame and guilt could actually work at modifying people's behavior in a productive way, the Catholic Church would be like the like singly creating all kinds of incredible folks. You know, they'd be coming up with their own new type of guy. You know, the Catholic guilt crowd would be out here just like supercharging the world. It'd be incredible.
I plan to be able to work across the aisle if need be, and most importantly, stand up to Donald Trump and Elon Musk in this moment.
I'd be a fucking superhero. I'd be punching through walls, feeling bad about it, getting more powerful, but as I enact collateral damage. I'd be like fucking the One Punch Man out here. It'd be crazy. Your shame makes you more powerful. Embrace it.
30 seconds.
Look, I'm here to serve you. I'm somebody who worked in the bowels of city and county government. Those are the kind of jobs where you can't dodge tough issues. You got to show up Monday through Friday and Saturday and Sunday too. You've got to make sure people get the services that they need and deserve. And I know in places like DC, they look down on people who work in local government. But I also think that we need that viewpoint in the U.S. Senate right now. We also need the viewpoint of a doctor, somebody who understands what it's like to make sure that you look people in the eye and deliver for them. And I think we haven't had that viewpoint, frankly, in a Democrat since 1969. I aim to offer that.
This is going to be our final question. We're going to limit this answer to 45 seconds. There will be a rebuttal, but 45 seconds on the main question. The current economic tensions with China have created concerns that range from cheap electric vehicles being flooded into some international markets to military concerns over the buildup of China's armed forces and the dependence of our own military on Chinese goods and services. Should we be working to lessen our dependence on China, and how should we deal with a major...
Oh, you're right, Archangel. Catholic shame does create some incredible people through the power of sexual repression. That's true. It's true.
Competitor as well as a major trading partner. 45 seconds.
My dad moved to this country to learn to make cars, and he believed in this place. He immigrated from Egypt, the place where that was not possible. And he chose to come here because this was a place where innovation, ingenuity, those were unleashed. We had the mighty UAW who was empowered to make the cars that people like my dad would design. The challenge.
I suggest a modest proposal regarding billionaires.
Coder Joe, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Appreciate you. Appreciate the support. Also, Shoot Bang, thank you for the $5 dono.
Of course, is that corporatism has gotten in the way. I remember when my dad came home in 1996 and said, a company that's more interested in finance than it is in engineering is not going to be a car company very long. Fast forward, 2008, there we were. I think we need to make sure our corporations think long-term. I think we need to make sure that we are using trade as an effective way to empower and protect our manufacturing capacity. And then I think we need to unleash ingenuity by investing in research and development for the future. This needs to continue to be the most innovative place, and Donald Trump has sold that way far away.
45 seconds.
Well, to every engineer watching tonight, I know how a CNC machine works and a robotic welder. I am Michigan's manufacturing geek, and nothing is motivating me more than standing up for our manufacturing sector and our...
So you're going to support like the Green New Deal, right? You're going to support like green manufacturing booming in Michigan? Yeah?
Jobs, and that means taking on China. Look.
Oh, no, it means fighting China. Okay.
I've got the bill. One I also did with Senator Slotkin. No Chinese Cars Act. We have to stop these guys from coming in to our market, lowering costs up the wazoo that only feeds their Communist Party. That's not correct. That's not going to work for us in Michigan. We can build affordable cars here in Michigan without having the Chinese come in and eat our lunch. Not on my watch.
30 seconds.
There's a reason that the UAW has endorsed me in this race. And they endorsed me in this race because I understand that the biggest challenge we have right now, the thing that is throttling our ingenuity, is the fact that our corporations are a lot more interested in a quarterly bottom line than they are in the long-term sustainability of manufacturing. I think we need to think differently. That means standing up to Wall Street, not taking their money to run your campaigns. And at the end of the day, the reason I believe in money out of politics, then money in your pocket and Medicare for all, is because as long as we're taking money from those corporations, we are not going to regulate them.
30 seconds.
Look, I have taken on Vladimir Putin when he stole my constituent, Paul Whelan, and held him in a Russian prison for 5.5 years. I am taking on China now and standing up for our jobs and not letting them flood our markets through the north or the south. Their technology cannot come in here. This is about our way of life in Michigan. This is squarely why I am running for U.S. Senate, to articulate this and defend it and protect it at the lawmaking table.
Time to wrap up this debate, if you can believe it already. You have done a great job in keeping within your time frame. I'll ask you to stay at 60 seconds with closing statements, beginning with you.
We just celebrated our 250th anniversary. I know what my life would have been without the opportunity to be born here. I saw that firsthand in summers in Egypt. I know what America can do for somebody. I also knew that 15 miles away, there were kids who never got that same opportunity. We have to build an America that can be what it was for me, for all of her kids. And that means we've got to take on the ways that corporate greed have gotten in the way. We need to stand with working people, stand with unions. We need to take on oligopolies and billionaires. We need to guarantee health care through Medicare for all. Across my time touring this state, town hall after town hall, you could be in a church in Detroit, you can be in a living room in Lansing, a VFW hall in Escanaba. People say the same things. It just shouldn't be this hard. Shouldn't be this hard to afford your groceries. Shouldn't be this hard to pay your rent. Shouldn't be this hard to see a doctor in the richest, most powerful country in the world. And that means we've got to build a movement of people to get money out of politics, put money in.
Honestly, it'd be really great to ask Abdul El-Sayed specifically about something like this. You know, CDC stopped monitoring parasite, now causing explosive diarrhea across the country. Specifically because, you know, he is an expert in like public health. And this program specifically was tracking 8 foodborne pathogens and is affecting Michigan the most and has made over 1,000 people sick. And just kind of seems like, hey, that seems like a really bad idea. How do we fix that? How do we fix the parasites what make you shit?
Your pocket and pass Medicare for all. I hope that you'll join us in building that movement. It's the many versus the money.
Congresswoman, 60 seconds.
I am fed up and fired up. I am fed up with Michiganders getting screwed over by bad policies that are coming down from the Trump administration that do not understand the first thing about us and that are raising our costs and impacting our way of life and coming for our jobs. I am fired up, though, to be your next U.S. Senator. I am fired up to lead for us on day one and when it matters.
Guys, she can't stop banging the lectern. She's too fired up.
And to be in this fight alongside you and your families, all 83 counties in this incredible state of ours, the largest state geographically east of the Mississippi, deserves its workhorse. And that is me. That is why I am on this campaign trail, listening to you.
I am a horse and I'm willing to work.
Hearing you and leading in that order. That is my ethos. That is why I am running. Let's go beat Mike Rogers, send him back to Florida a second time, and make sure that Michigan shines at the lawmaking table.
Candidates, thank you both for being here. I know it takes a lot of time and effort to do it. I know you know how much I appreciate it. I just want to make sure I say it publicly to both of you. I want to thank Amber and all of my colleagues here at Wood TV, our corporate staff who has been...
God. You know, it's truly great. Live in an interesting time. But there you have it, folks. There is the great Senate Democratic primary debate from Michigan. And I think the question of who won is clear. It was our boy, Abdul El-Sayed. Because I gotta be honest, that lady, Haley Stevens, was utterly repulsive to me ideologically. Like, just utterly repellent. And I also found her particularly cowardly. And you know, we don't have to put up with cowardice. We don't have to do that. We can, in fact, and should, in fact, demand better. I believe in us, chat. Who did she hate more, Abdul or the podium? Almost certainly Abdul, but the podium, you know, she channeled a lot of rage. God, folks, that was a lot. That was a lot. But I think to sum it all up, our enemies are very well funded, but they have one thing, or they lack one thing in particular. They lack truth. They lack the ability to motivate people to go out and knock doors. They lack the ability to actually motivate a general public. Okay? And in this particular case, you need to be the people who rise up and go knock on doors and go phone bank for Abdul El-Sayed. All right? Most recent polling has him and Haley Stevens neck and neck. They are polling within a statistical average of each other. And with McMorrow out of the race, there are fewer and fewer undecided voters to move around, which means that there's a very clear likelihood where it's kind of the toss-up at the moment. So you need to break the tie. Volunteer for Abdul El-Sayed's campaign. All right? You guys can do this. I believe in you. I believe in your ability. And I believe that you can go to AbdulForSenate.com and go volunteer for his campaign to knock on the doors. All right? I believe in your ability to get out there, knock doors, phone bank, and get out the vote around Abdul for U.S. Senate. All right? You guys can do it. I just put the link in all the chats. I'm going to put the link in the description for the segment. Go get involved. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Get out there today because, folks, we got someone with good policy. We got someone with heart. We got someone with gumption. We got someone with principles, goddammit. You got to go out there and knock on doors and let people know that it's important that they turn out to vote in the primary. And the primary is coming up. I believe it's like August 9th. So do get involved as soon as you can, folks. Grab a few friends. Make a day of it. Make 2 days of it. All right? I phone banked for 3 hours earlier today for the person running in my district. I liked most in the primary. Hell yeah, Lily loves stuff. Love to hear that. August 4th. There we go. So, folks, you have the opportunity here to reach out and take agency into your own hands. If you've been feeling powerless about U.S. politics, commit yourself to this fight, because I think this is one that we can win. So all of that being said, if you need help taking your first steps to get involved in your local Dems and your local DSA, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, also, got anything out of this video, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, and do consider supporting the show financially if you're at all able. You guys got this. Appreciate y'all. And leave a comment in the comments about what you thought about the debaters. Last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, etc. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. And with that, I'm just going to enjoy the rest of this banger. And yes, this is Fire Emblem music. It's not election music. But really, when you get down to it, Fire Emblem music is election music. When you dream hard enough. Let's keep on going. Are we still talking about bitch McConnell? Yeah, we're gonna do that next. All right. Guessing we already covered Jack being called out? Yeah, it was earlier. Oof. Green Garbador, good ear. All right. You can watch it earlier in the stream. It was a friendly call out, sort of. All right, folks. Here we go. So, folks, many of you may be wondering, is Mitch McConnell still alive? And honestly, it's a fair question, because Mitch McConnell has seemed dead for years. But this new line of questioning is really about if he's still alive on the outside and the inside. And that answer is not very definitive, right? So, this is the latest article I could find prior to going live. Mitch McConnell mystery deepens as health questions remain unanswered. Now, what exactly happened? Well, he's been in the hospital for several days now, and his entire staff seems incredibly cagey about why exactly he went in, what's up with him, and by been in the hospital for a while, I mean, it's been since June 14th. He has not been seen in public. It's been about a month. And when we are talking about this, his team keeps saying things like he's continuing to improve. But, like, we have no idea what the hell is going on. And Congress reconvenes next week. So, when we're talking about Mitch McConnell here, people are like, well, I mean, he's probably fine. Whatever. I think it's very possible that Mitch McConnell is dead. And I say this largely because CNN apparently got video footage of someone at Mitch McConnell's house being wheeled out on a stretcher. And people have described said footage as they were not moving in a hurry. Also, reporters have gotten a hold of dispatch audio for the emergency call to McConnell's residence that indicated that someone was unconscious and was receiving CPR. And all of this really indicates to me I think he's dead. Like, I think he's dead, and I think they're trying to figure out what the hell to do. Or at the very least, because keep in mind, right, one of the things we have informally set up here in America is a system where the political teams around politicians rely on them, on those politicians living, right? If that politician dies, their entire political team is suddenly without a job. And so there's a distinct possibility here that his political team is trying to figure out what to do. If he's brain dead, maybe like they're like, technically he's alive, so maybe he'll come back. We'll just wait out his term. Like, a lot of the information is going to be controlled by his wife and by his political team. His wife also, incidentally, Elaine Chao, is in business. Like, she's in business and also was formerly the transportation secretary. And so she's also political. She's also a political figure. And so all of this, to me, I'm kind of like, there are some factors here that would indicate a pretty strong rationale for maybe not publicizing that he died right away. And so it's weird. It's weird. I do think that part of it is also the political reality in Kentucky, which is that without Mitch McConnell to hold down that seat, it's not immediately clear that an up-and-coming Republican would be able to fill it quickly. And that could be a moment of weakness where the Democratic Party could capitalize on it. You know, it is one of those situations where they are hanging on to majorities in the Senate by a hair. And they can't really afford to lose these kinds of figures. Suris referred to it as rigor tortoise. That's great. That's so, I fucking love Suris. But I do think that there is a very decent chance that Mitch McConnell, I almost said Chuck McConnell, the unholy combination of Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell. But the reality is, this is a widespread problem when it comes to our political system. We've seen it happen with other elderly members of Congress. And I think Mitch McConnell in particular is in a weird position, or his campaign staffers are in a weird position. The American government is in a weird position insofar as they kind of need Mitch McConnell to be alive, and it's unclear exactly that they would let him simply be dead. So I'm not entirely sure we're not going to see some attempt to like Weekend at Bernie's a brain dead man into the Senate. You know, I'm not completely convinced that we're not going to see just like a perverse puppeteering mechanism that allows him to vote with his hands. Like, I don't know what's going to happen here, but already this is seeming really clownish. And I say that because, like, it's really weird to have folks like this Guardian article here quotes Malcolm Nance, a career counterterrorism intelligence officer, who says, "I think he's dead. It's very clear. I heard the 911 tape, and I was an EMT when I was in the military at one point. And you know, we used to do CPR a lot. One of the things they teach you about CPR is the probability of coming back from CPR is very, very, very
Weekend
small."
at Bernie's too. Who would have thought I would hate the third?
Yeah. Who would have thought? Flesh Lives, thank you for the $5 super chat. But all of this is also happening as Donald Trump is apparently worsening as well. Here he is posting earlier today,
That
a few
Bernie's
hours
too.
ago.
Who would have thought I would hate the third?
Indeed. Maggot Hagerman has covered me incorrectly for 10 years. Her book is a joke. 90% of it is fake news. She has made a living off her bad reporting and will pay the price when our multi-billion-dollar lawsuit against the failing New York Times gets to court, which should not be that long. I don't mind bad press if they are right. I do mind fake reporting, like what's in her boring book, and like she's done for 11 years, with only one aim in mind, to have Trump lose elections. But as I sit in the Oval Office and ponder, that hasn't worked out too well. Megan is a loser. If she ever wrote the true story about me, it would actually be quite boring, but loaded with a lot of success. Also, I just finished a perfect physical at Walter Reed. I do it every 6 months. And I requested another cognitive test, the only president to do so 3 times. And I aced them all. Got every question right. Few people in Washington, D.C. could do so, including Maggot and her flunky associate, Jonathan Swan. I'd be willing to bet they couldn't get 50% of the questions right. Anyway, don't buy their book. It's garbage. President Donald J. Trump. Just completely unrelatedly. Oh yeah, also I went and had my every 6-month physical. Did you know that some presidents only have a physical every year? I am just so interested in my unique and successful health situation that I went to get another physical. Another one. You know, I'm thinking about going in to get like another physical like every other week. Maybe I'll stay there on a couple weekends, you know. It's very comforting there. They have a very good bedside manner. Dude is talking about requesting a fucking dementia test and bragging about having to go to his yearly physical 4 times in the last year.
He literally called Iran, the Islamic Republic of Japan, soup brain.
God, like he's dying. Like his brain is experiencing brain death. His body just has yet to catch up with it. You know? It is very strange.
Can't wait for more Samba Elysium. Did you ever get the Kim crop jacket?
I did not get the Kim crop jacket, sadly. But thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake. The crop jacket would be cool, though. Anyway, all that being said, folks, Mitch McConnell, I'm calling it. I think he might be dead. And also, I think Donald Trump is dying. I think that's pretty obvious to everybody. And you know what? I wish them the best. All that being said, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know if you think I'm off in the prediction sauce. And also, folks, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. We've been restocked with all of our sizes, and also we have new color. And for those asking, it sizes comfortably up to a 48. A 48 band size. So, saw some people asking about that the other day, and yeah, it also has enough stretch that it could possibly accommodate folks who have larger needs. So there you go. Check it out. Let's keep on going. Woo! Why can't the dementia just turn him into a doddering, old, confused, nice man? Because he's surrounded by the worst people on the planet, you know? I'm making jackets with different crops on them, such as corn and wheat. All right, folks, we've been going for over 6 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, do the things. There you go.
Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button,
There we go, folks. Now, folks, I am going to go have dinner with my partner. I love you all. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the show. Sorry for missing so many streams this week. I'll try and do better next week. Yeah, you take it easy, folks. Bye. I'm sorry, I know. Farewell. Farewell, you silly billies. Farewell. Farewell.
Underground rap, mutant sewer hounds, prowling around these parts, always hidden in the dark. Suddenly they screech, incoherent rodent speech. Such a putrid smell permeates a sewer well. One man stands alone, red beret above his dome. Sleema was his name, fighting, climbing, rodent game. Be the rat men who live in sewer rat dens. Taking one last breath, it's time we fight off to the death.
Joey Chestnut is not the real throat goat. I was the king, but they banned me in the US of A.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm the OTG, the original throat goat.
The throat.
So if anybody tries to shoot me again 5 times, you're going to step in front of that gun and take the bullets?
Yep.
It's slip and slide. Sounds somewhat psychosexual to me, if you know what I mean.
Oh, geez, Sarge. You're telling me that I needed to go after this rat man. I needed to, bait him or something. So, I gave him a whole wheel of cheese, Sarge. It cost $2,000, and I used your credit card, Sarge. I'm sorry. I thought it was gonna be a good investment, but, oh, geez. I'm gonna get it now. Oh.